Lancashire, and my sister, I think, was the #1 board for the under-9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good, and then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So yeah. What we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland, Blackburn, and Burnley, and all over the place, travelling around the northwest. And we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, do you reckon?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village, to me, who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. It's the skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead. And it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but you can't really win money, and the games are very, very time consuming. So it's I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just
So this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend, who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local sixth form college, and this was obviously a year or two after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all that. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, I loosely say they were going to college. They were just going sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and it was pretty crazy, because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments, and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point. But this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So this one, I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was. We're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really, really exciting. And I was thinking I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think. And that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, or and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very, very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah, well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there these days. But I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you one set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And I did a little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebound tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there, and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Malou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of what my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's. Second for 1,200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was Gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Talk. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it well.
February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far.
Third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like, it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step, and this was a sit and go. So the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got into the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah. I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get the €5,300 buy-in, and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were, and you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with nines against fours and bagged a moderate stack for day two. And then day two was just an absolute whirlwind. I sort of, I think I had an interview with PokerStars actually at the start of day two, and then I've got on this table, and I'm just running absolutely berserk, like, but I'm sort of painting a picture that I'm this really tight kid who's just like satellite in for this really big tournament. Like every time I sort of make a crazy move, I'll show a card that perhaps makes it look like that I had a strong hand or something. And they were all buying into it, and I was just going, I was literally just putting the foot down, and then I'd even find a situation where I'd like flop a set or something in a massive pot, and I remember it was because it was so early on in my poker career, but I just, the amount of physical chips I had in front of me at one point, they had to stop the floor people had to stop it and come up and color them up. So yeah, that was crazy.
Was it true you had aces 3 times in a row?
I think I might have had them twice in a row. Instead, I had them 3 times in a row.
Tell the bloggers anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was really trying to exploit my image, because I had a table that I could run over, and I wanted to sort of paint the picture that I was this young kid who'd qualified, who really wasn't really looking to put much pressure on, and then sort of do the opposite, because when my style online at that time was just going absolutely ballistic and trying to run people over. So I felt that the best way to sort of be able to do that was to paint a picture that I was doing the opposite.
15th for 20,000. Annoyed? Happy?
So yeah, the TV cameras came in for day 3 or day 4. I think it was day 3, with 24 left. So that was really strange. I had to sort of like walk up to the camera at the start of the day and hold the card and flash it. And yeah, then there's a guy actually I know quite well now called, I think he's called Johan Storikers. He's a Swedish guy, and there's it was €1 million almost for first place, and there's 16 left. But I wouldn't say I was nervous. I was quite enjoying it really. And then I just found a pair of queens, and Johan found a pair of kings, and it was a bit. Maybe it was a little bit of inexperience, but like the thought of folding never crossed my mind. So it was just one of those things, and just narrowly missed out on the final table. But it certainly gave me a thirst to play more.
Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, it was Sandra Noyox, because she actually knocked me out. So yeah, I do remember.
You'll never forget that one. But 2 weeks later, you got your first Hendon Mob win, and it's still there. The first win at the side of Rich Kelly's name. £200 side event in the GUKPT London.
Oh yeah, it was a £200 rebuy as well, I think. So it was pretty big.
Yeah, they got 26,000 for the win. The final table included James Aikenhead and the late great Dave Colclough. What were it like playing with those kind of guys?
Oh wow, yeah, like that was just amazing for me, because obviously the thing is, when I was sort of 18 and I was really enthused about poker, so I was playing every day online, and I'd even go in WH Smith's and buy all the magazines, and so like to be in WH Smith reading these magazines, trying to suck up all this information, and see these people in the magazines to go into playing with them at the table the year after was just it was really sort of it was mad.
Yeah, and after the GUKPT win in 2009 was such a good year for yourself, because in August you got the biggest online score. You're on F-Tops. Event number 20, 2,438 runners. You got 96,000. And a jersey.
Wow, that was incredible. I was my friend stayed up all night with me. The guy my friend who lived 2 doors down from me, who taught me how to play poker, actually, he stayed up with me all night, and that one went on until about 7 a.m. And actually, back on Full Tilt, they used to have another really cool feature. Any of their red pros. If you knock them out, you got the buy-in for the tournament back, and you got a T-shirt that said "I knocked out Full Tilt Pro." And with about 3 or 4 tables left, I knocked out Alan Cunningham.
Oh yeah.
Really, really famous American pro at the time. So I knocked him out. I got the $215 back for my tournament entry, and the Full Tilt T-shirts. I used to have quite a big collection of them, as you can imagine. I imagine Mormons probably with garages somewhere filled with them.
You got a jersey for winning the F-Tops as well. Can you remember what you did with it?
I think I ended up selling it for about $300 or something.
Somebody's walking around and they've not played F-Tops at all, but they've got the jersey.
Yeah, it was like a big, like I was a very, very I was very, very slight build back then. It was a big American gold football thing. Yeah, it didn't look good on me.
But he just carried on. 2009 was fantastic, because you run deep in the World Series Poker Europe, which was down in London at the time, in the 1K, finishing 28th out of 608 entries. Yes, it was only for 3,000. But that kind of field down in London must have been a bit exciting.
Funny story about that one, actually. So is that the?
Because it's not that difficult. Like, there's a table that's going to break next to the number. But I think they did get it right. You won the last time. Yeah. Let's see. 25. Oh.
You've just been watching Mr. Kelly on the Hour with the Tower from lockdown, and there he is, coming to sit at the feature table for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, we've got some session for you coming up here, guys. This is a star-studded table. We'll run through the list shortly because we're just going to go through chip counts in the room after the first session. You see them there?
Tom and Simon Chan, Ant Kennedy, Kev Allen. Go on, Kev. Go on, Kevin Allen. Loves his football.
Yeah, Francis still up there. Saw him yesterday. Slash still going well. Maurizio Pius.
JD War and Barry Grimo bought in today for 20,000.
Did he?
Yes, he did. Who we got, Jay? Who have we got?
So featured table for the next session: in 1, Trevor Reardon; in 2, Tim Chung; 3, Joe Hindry; 4, Rich Kellett; 5, Mitch Johnson; 6 is Tio Ustriv; 8 is Matt Bushell; and in 9 is Stuart Rutter.
7 is Paul Grummett.
Oh yeah, Paul Grummett.
Paolo the Grum. Look, the Paul from Leeds. Claire Hewlett. Talking apps again, lads. Why is the schedule not there? Schedule for where? Where, which schedule? Tell us. Tell us, tell us, tell us.
So Matt continues for third on the ace-9 deuce after opening. Tim not going anywhere after catching middle pair. See Tim Spanish stack up. Started as one of the shorties today. Well amongst it now. 2 of diamonds turn. This might be when Matt slows down. Don't really target too much other than 9x specifically to fold out here with our double barrel, so Matt's just happy to check. Tim rivering a boat. Might go large here, Tim, because probably make the assumption Matt will have some check behinds with some ace-x on the turn. So you might see a fairly large river sizing here from Tim Chung. And goes near pot size. Close to pot, 17 into 20. And that can't call here, Tower. We're literally calling to chop, playing the board.
Alright, welcome back. It's gone off. What's gone off?
Yeah, we're still on. I'm on YouTube.
What's gone off?
Twitch.
What's gone off? Neo. What's gone off, man? What's gone off? It's gone off. What's gone off? Who's kicked off? Who's kicked off? Tell me. Level 2 of the day, or session 2 of the day, level number 13. Started with 167 and we were down to 111. 56 in one session.
Folding round 2. Trev on the button. King 5 of hearts. Suited king should be happy to open this one once folded to us on the button. Makes it 4.5. Tim out the way in action on Joe Hindry in the big blind, who's happy to defend the 4 deuce here. Heads up to the flop.
looking good.
We will see shortly. There we are. 10, 5, a deuce, 2 diamonds. Both players catching a piece.
Yeah, have a quick refresh, Neo. Hopefully it's all gone. Nice one, Neo. If anything just freezes, just have a quick refresh. It could be your connection. Then again, it sometimes is us. But most of this year, it's been excellent viewing.
Yeah, Trevor loving this card. Turning 2 pair.
Yeah, I know.
Your country player captain, your T112 at Elliot, in grade division 21, for what you do now.
Yeah, well, it took a while, but yeah.
Just a quick fold from Joe. 4 deuce. Don't forget, guys, as well, not just live, we've got plenty going on online. On Mondays, our 25k guarantee close up. We're going to give out another ticket for that at some point today. Not sure what we're going to do yet. Satellite's running for that every night. £5 rebuy and add-ons and £30 freeze out. We've got the Easter Beast coming up in April, 11th to the 18th. 75k guaranteed on that. Multi-flights. Knockout Sunday. New special leaderboard for that. Progressive knockouts, 8 max, 100 big blind starting stacks. So if you like your PKOs, check that out on Grosvenor Poker. There's going to be a leaderboard from that from Sunday the 27th. You get a point for every bounty you collect, and then 3 points for a knockout if you get a knockout in 3 different tournaments, and then points go towards a leaderboard which has €2,000 up for grabs. So nice little giveaway there from the guys. We've got the cash game rate package coming up on Monday. Win a £1,500 package to play the live stream game in Edinburgh, and then on Sunday we have our live stream free roll as always with a £110 seat for Monday's closer up for grabs.
We have to forgive Mehmet, who's in Northern Cyprus, for being late. The beach barbecue season has started.
I don't blame you, Mehmet. I think I'd be on the beach right now as well if I had the chance.
Hope it was a great time, Mehmet. Unfortunately for you, the Mad Turk himself, Yusuf Eminoglu, has been eliminated. He was out the door in the first session. I hope you had a great time down on the beach. How do you have a season of beach barbecues? This is the season. It starts today. And you're not wrong, Cristiano. This is some table.
Yeah, it's really got some names on it. Stuart Rutter, Matt Bushell, Mitch Johnson, Kellett, Hindry, Chung. Some of the UK's finest here to entertain us for 2 hours up till the dinner break. Good luck to everyone if you have managed to get on either myself or Towers Treble today.
Yes, good luck us. You know, there's only League One and half of League One and League Two playing today because of the international break.
So Matt continuing here for 5.5 and Kellett raising to 14 here with the King Jack. 2 overcards, backdoor hearts and backdoor straight possibilities as well, and gets Matt out of the way with the King 6 of spades. Nice pick up there from Rich without the goods.
He actually plays poker, does Sam Dingle, James Hooton. He plays. Interviewed him in Leeds a few years ago. I asked him to see if he'd put me a word in with Chaz Dingle, but never got the reply, unfortunately. Devoed I was. Yeah, he plays quite a bit of cash and tournaments in Leeds, does James, who plays Sam Dingle. been quiet in the chat box. I wonder if Chef Brad's on barbecue season duty.
Yeah, he's usually busy at the weekends. I think it's Brad's busiest time, especially with summer coming up as well. Hendry finds the ace king on the button.
Raise 4,500.
And raises to 4.5, and Kellett here, a7 off, lets it go. Well timed fold, potentially mixing a free bet, small percentage of the time. Mitch just letting that one go. Joe picks up blinds and ante.
Don't know what to watch, this or Soccer Saturday. What games will they be covering on Soccer Saturday? That'd be interesting. Yeah, it's a beautiful day out there, Mr. Ruffles. 4 bacon ruffles. It is beautiful. Is the Easter Beast only online, says Jimmy Palmer. Yes, the Easter Beast is only online, but there is a mini festival in the Yorkshire area. I don't know where you live, Jimmy, but an Easter festival, a little bit like the Easter Beast, so it's a smaller version, is in the Yorkshire region over the course of Easter. It's in Leeds, Huddersfield, Hull and Sheffield. It is online. It's on the 15th. It's all over the week, 11th till the 18th, or the 17th is the Sunday. That's when the final day is in Leeds. £150 in. It's classed as the Easter Beast Yorkshire on the app. It's £150 in, and it's held in 4 clubs in Yorkshire, and the final day is in Leeds.
Yeah, Mitch getting a free bet through there with the ace-10, nice, versus Joe Hendry cut-off open, nice one to incorporate into a free bet range out the small, nice big 3.5x sizing, what we like to see, sizing up out the blinds and gets that one through. Joe just has to let the queen jack off go.
Ah, there you go, the North East are doing exactly the same. I don't think that's on the app though, is it? That's not on the app just yet. I don't know if it, the Easter Feast it's called in the North East. I think theirs is £115. So the Easter Feast. That's good. Stockton. Well, the looks of that. Yeah, Stockton's hosting day 2 in the Easter Feast. So there are a couple of regions that are doing an Easter special. Check the app. Make sure you check the app for the details. Thanks for the information. So Newcastle, Stockton and Sunderland doing a Easter Feast, and the same thing in Yorkshire as well.
Yeah, so Tim now light free bet himself with the ace-10 versus the... Oh no!
Wowzers.
40
Carnage.
bigs. This could just go in tower, because like 4 bet size in, going to be like half our stacks. I could just see Mitch move all in here, especially because Tim's free bet as well. Mitch will know Tim's more than capable of being light in this spot.
Yeah.
But I can't see how Mitch is gonna not put this in here, tower. We've got 40 big blinds just over, and there's been an open and a free bet, and decides to cold 4 here, but effectively going to be putting all his chips in. It's 28. And back round to Trevor. And it's going to be a good night for Mitch, unfortunately, unless he can find a couple of kings on the board. it's going to be 5-bet from Trevor, I'm guessing.
When you just slide your fingers down a full stack of yellows and you're staring down at Trevor, you just know there's some pain coming.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a call-up. No one likes to see it, but it's part of the game that we all love.
I think he's announced all in. He has indeed. The triangle's in. Tim will get out of the way. And Mitch won't have any option now. Yeah.
As soon as I saw the hand, just thought it was always going to be in here pre-flop. And unfortunate for Mitch, this one. It's just, as I said, a bit of a call-up.
Big TR in C1 with the boots. Mitch Johnson staring down the barrel with ace king of diamonds.
Not gone just yet though, Tower.
No, that's true. Diamond draws, straightening board.
9 to 1 shot. Well,
that's as dry as you want.
Yeah, we literally need
Jack 10.
That is it. Running Jack 10, running kings, running 8s, but that is dead on the turn, and we lose Mitch Johnson and Trevor Reardon now up over the 300k mark, I believe. Going to be up there at the top of the pack with the chip leaders. 328k.
Very nice. Mitch Johnson eliminated. Another GDPR gone as well. R8. Mark Baxter eliminated. Gary Whitehead eliminated. Mark Dyson eliminated. Philip Mann.
Did you say Mark Dyson?
Yeah.
Those chip leaders start the day. Second in chips.
Oh, he's gone. Phil Mann. Mark Kelsall, local big cash player. And Raggy James Clark has also gone, as well as Paul McLaughlin. So 9 players eliminated. So we've lost 9, including Mitch Johnson, who has just been eliminated. Which means we're on 102.
Pass. 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 Pass.
Great start in my treble tower.
What's happened?
Gillian and Macron in this drawing.
Oh, there you go then. It's up at the minute. That's one winning at the minute. We've had no scores coming in from the chat box, which means Towers Treble's not losing either.
5-6 for Tio on the button, raises to 4k, and Matt here with the ace-3 in the big blind, happy to just defend and take a flop. What's Kelly up to? He's up and down like every hand like a shot.
He is. King, Jack, 3. Here's the flop. Bottom pair for Matt.
4,000.
And Matt happy to check call here, which he should be doing after catching a piece. Button versus big blind.
3 on the turn. Delicious.
Yeah, gets the check mark. I'm just going to be loving that card, Matt. That is as gin as it gets for us. We're thinking of a turn. That would be it. Tio with just 34k back is a board where we're going to have the ace king, the king queen, set of kings and jacks, as well as king jack in there, king queen, king 10. Blue fires for 11.5 here. And Matt with trips. thinking whether to set Tio in now or whether to continue to, now to trap potentially and just call, try and keep some bluffs in, hoping that Tio puts it all in on the river. But if he thinks Tio has a hand like King Queen, Ace King, King Jack here, potentially might go for the lot on the turn. Obviously we can see the ideal option is to flat here, and that's exactly what Matt does. And could potentially get him the maximum. Oh, and this
could be interesting because the Ace of Spades hits the river.
Yeah, and this could be a card where Tio goes for it. Could definitely be a card we see Tio bluff here with the 6-5, but decides to give up and checks. Shows the 6 high and Matt with the Ace-3. Takes it down.
So lost 9 since the start of this session.
When do you reckon the bubble will go, Tower?
I said the start of
17?
I said the start of 17, yeah. I did, I said the start of 17. Obviously we had a big surge to start with, but all these chip stacks now, the average stack's 60 bigs. The chip stacks are consolidating. It's not going to be plain sailing. There's some juicy stacks out there with the blinds at only 2k. So Mitch Johnson last out. We're down to 102. 54 get the money. All in, says Tio.
Yeah, 11 bigs, standard as it comes for us, but he's going to get some action. Because 11 big blind shove here, hijack. So, wow, Paul just folding the ace jack suited. Trevor with the king 9, I'm not going to call it off, but I'm surprised that Mr. Grummett, ace jack suited, hijack, 11 big blind shove. He's going to have suited ace x all the way through ace deuce to ace 10. He's going to have ace 10, ace 9, ace 8 off, king queen, some king 10 suited in there, some king jack. Like, we just smashed the range of hands that should be shoving for 11 bigs from that position, but Paul Grummett choosing to preserve those chips and not wanting to put it in with the ace jack of hearts.
Hiya Billy, watching on YouTube. Towers treble today was Shrewsbury Town, Bristol Rovers and Exeter City. Pays just over 7-1.
Pocket fives for Rich. For 35 bigs, happy to open +1, makes it 4.5 to go. And raise and take for Kelly.
Wasn't any like aces left? Oh yeah, ace. Or maybe a 7-8 suited or something.
Neo says that all towers treble is 0-0. Well, we're not losing. We're not losing, which is obviously a good thing.
It's not good to get more jokes.
Raise 4,500.
Rich back-to-back opens. Opening ace-jack this time from gun. Keeps the sizing the same, makes it 4.5 to go. Paul's not at the table, so his fives go into the muck. And action on Joe Hendry in the big blind with the Queen 8 off, defended.
Nine flop with 2 diamonds, 9-6-2.
Backdoor nut flush draw here for Rich. 2 over cards, potentially see a continue. Don't mind the check either or. Fires for 7k into 12, so sizing up on the 9-6 deuce, probably because versus big blind range are going to have plenty of gut shots on the 9-6 deuce. There's a whole host out there. Choosing the larger size and getting Joe out of the way, and at this table,
oh, it just gets easier.
Yeah.
Oh my days.
Funny story about Wolves yesterday. He had a hand versus Terry Jordan where it was Jack 5-3 the board. Terry had 7-3, Wolves had ace Jack. They come a 3 on the turn, and Wolves bet turn, Terry raised, and he managed to fold versus Terry, and he come running into the comms booth, and it's like half hour later to check that he made a right fold, and he was so happy when he walked back out.
Afternoon, Cat. Hope things are well.
But yeah, this table now, look at this. Chung, Hindry, Kellett, Warburton, Rutter, Bushell.
Indeed.
4,500.
This makes it 4.5 under the gun. Matt here with the Jack 10 suited, not going to be folding this one in the low jack, just weighing up his options. I think we're going to be leaning more towards flat here, but might think about a light 3-bet some of the time. But flatting is how Matt chooses to proceed. Calls for the 4.5, and looks like Tim on the button, happy to come along as well. The A7 of clubs, and action on Kellett with the King 7 off, who defends. Two, 4, 5. Rainbow board, so not much going on for anyone here other than Warbs with his overpair. And Warbs choosing to check the 9s here, just in terms of range. And Tim going to take the initiative here. Once checked to him on the button, and Steve happily check call here with the pocket 9s. Not checking to fold, checking to call. And seeing some turns.
80 diamonds on the turn.
Does bring in really inconspicuous double gut shot. A7 can make a wheel draw and can make an 8 high straight with a 6. You don't see that very often. Double gutted with the A7 here on the turn now, Tim, and might choose the barrel because of that, but opts to check and take a free card, which is a 9 of clubs on the river.
A full set. And Steve sits down, first hand. River's a set of 9s. Not getting any money out of Tim, but he doesn't know that.
Just big bet fold. What size has Warbs opted for here?
Yeah, big size, 24.5.
Well, Tim hasn't insta-folded, so he can only be thinking about raising here, Tower. I'm guessing. And there we go.
All in.
There we go.
Wow.
And Warbs.
He has to call, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah, he has to. Oh, and he says, set of 9s on the river. Tim moves all in. Steve has absolute full double.
Yeah, and that puts Tim down to 57k.
You said it then, he was thinking about the race.
Yeah, I see a lot from Tim. He's one of the few players out there on the circuit that will have as many bluff raises on the river as he does value. He's really balanced in that spot, because I say a lot, when you do get these raises on the river, it's always weighted towards value in these live fields. However, Tim's one of the few out there that I think's fairly balanced in that spot, with bluffs and value, which can make it very difficult to play against. And Steve with the top set there, obviously not going anywhere, makes the call.
Just heard the shout. Teed open, table 4, C6. That was Gary Stephen Smith eliminated. We've also lost Dave Maudlin, Masood Etem Deraisi, Tim Lau. Bowsey's been eliminated. Is that a misprint? Justin Devonport, Sebastian Skurzinski, and as we saw on our table, Mix Johnson. So another 7 gone through the door, meaning 95 are left. You won a £200 Grosvenor poker ticket. Which Tony's can I use for these? Seems like there are nothing online. I don't know what satellite you won the £200 token in. Fast cash.
Any other day of the week, yeah.
But I'm not sure if it's classed as tournament dollars or whatever it is. Well, there is a €200 bounty, says Mr. P-Man.
Yeah, deep stack maybe you could use it for. Buy into the online bay for the deep stack. As Tio raises to 4 with the King Queen under the gun, and Paul happy to flat. King Jack 3 rainbow, nice flop here for Tio, flopping top pair, decent kicker. He'll be happy to continue. Just realised as well, Tio opened off of 13 bigs under the gun with King Queen, and you're going to see most players just open rip the King Queen off of 13 big blinds under the gun, but Tio opted to just open. Helmuth style. I've been seeing it a lot. Phil's been on Helmuth's been on a few final tables in America, and like in the Hold'em games, like he's got no problem with opening off of like 10, 11 bigs, or someone opening his stack size 12 bigs. He'll just flat in some situations. White magic, the unconventional approach.
Raise 4,500. Pass.
Trev makes it 4.5 in the low jack, and Joe here in the cut-off with the 10s, just opting to call. Obviously can free bet this one as well. Flat perfectly fine too. I think Trevor might be perceived as one of the more tighter players at this table as well. As Joe may be proceeding with a bit more caution because of that. 774 rainbow. Expect Trev to bet here a fair amount of the time. It's a good board for us to continue on. We've got backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards to the board. And as well as that, we do start folding out some of Joe's ace highs, better king highs, hands like queen jack, jack 10 suited, these type of holdings. With the 10s here, Joe Hendry not going to be going anywhere faced with this 7.5k continue, 7.5 into 14, so a little bit more than half, closer to 60% pop. Joe always calling with position and seeing a turn.
3 of hearts on that turn.
It doesn't change nothing, it does bring in the backdoor flush draw. But Trev probably now happy to slow down. Oh, he's going for another barrel here, Tower. The thing is, like, Joe's calling range on the flop here, 7-7-4 rainbow. Like, there's not many hands that call flop that are going to fold on this turn to the double barrel. Like fives through like jacks, they're going to call once more, and then 7x obviously not going anywhere. So I guess we just target maybe like some floats in position, like an 8-9 suited with backdoors. There's not really too much of Joe's range that's going to be folding out to the double barrel once we barrel flop and we get a call on the 7-7-4 rainbow, and then his free rolls off. Like a lot of the hands that call flop aren't going to be folding on this particular turn, if that makes sense. But Trev just no fear and happy to fire regardless of those. And we haven't seen the river yet. There it is, 4 of diamonds. Wow, he's going for the third barrel, unloading the clip.
Tricky Trev.
And he's made it look pretty value here as well, Tower. Is that 30k, half pot?
It is, 30.5.
So he's made it look like he's got a hand like jacks through aces here, and Joe now in a bit of a spot with his 10s. But Trev maybe just trying to rep jacks plus here. Knows that Joe shouldn't have too much 7s, although Joe will have more 7x than us. He will pull like 7-8 suited here potentially, maybe even 7-9 suited, A7 suited going to be in there as well. But a bit of a spot here for Joe Hindley, because I don't think Joe expects Trevor to be running it too often in this situation, and rightly so. Going to need to take a few moments with this one to come to the correct decision, because Trev could plausibly play jacks, queens, kings or aces in this manner, and that's what's going through Joe's head here. Might be asking himself, does Trev ever rock up with 8s or 9s in this spot? And then the other question is, what are the bluffs for Trevor? And to be honest with you, if you're aware that he's just got a random airball like he does on this occasion, like the king 8 of clubs, if you're aware of that, you're probably going to be veering more towards call. And Joe, a live pro in the cash game scene, probably going to use having a little look at Trevor, a little quick glance every now and again, use all of his live experience in this spot to potentially come to the right decision. Every time we see Hindley on the feature table, his river decision making is usually second to none, and once again makes the correct call and tends to take a nice pot. And Joe Hindley now up to 170k, going for the live stream treble.
Absolutely brilliant. Good call, Mr. Joe Hindley.
Oi, oi, 1-0 Exeter, says Apocalypse.
Good news in the treble. Port Vale, the 4-timer as well, they're winning 2-0. So there you go, thanks for the information. Keep it coming. Keep the good news coming. Thank you very much.
So Wolves with a Jack 10 on the button, makes it 4.5. Tio here, ace deuce, 15 bigs, just uses the ace block up to rip this in over the button open from Wolves, which I'm sure he's aware is going to be fairly wide, and Steve will get out of the way.
Rich raises to 4.5 with the hooks. Folding round in turn to the button, who also gets out of the way. Tio. Paul in 7. Ace King. 117,000. 3 bets to 12.5. Right round to Rich Kelly with the hooks and a call. So 30,000 in the middle pre-flop. 8-6-6 flop. Rich will be happy with the flop. And Rich got the overs.
Yeah, probably still happy to continue here as Paul. Fairly dry board texture here. Don't need to go too large. Opts with the third pot sizing. Rich just happy to call. Oh, what a turn.
What a turn.
Well, if Rich weren't feeling comfortable about his hand, he is now. Obviously, Paul still can have queens, kings or aces in this spot.
15,000 from Paul.
Yeah, and with position here as Rich, just clear as day what to do here. Just call with position. We can get our value on the river anyway. Want to keep a hand like this in potentially. Hope that an ace or a king does roll off. Yeah, and this is just the gin of all gin runouts for us as Rich. We want to potentially get the lot versus kings or aces.
Keeps it at 15.
It's just an easy shot now for Kelly.
Yeah. The lot is in.
And Paul will fold.
He should do. Yeah, folding the ace king. Tried it, didn't work. Rich Kelly moves up to 134,000. Give that man chips, and it becomes a different table.
Really bad ones versus one and five, that's two really good ones. I mean, deep down, you kind of know, you know what I mean? Like,
Not sure how to word this, but in the 10s hand, it's mostly value compared to bluffs. Is it not a bad call? We say not before to be results orientated in poker, but in that position seems to be different. The thing is, if Joe knows that Trev's got like king 8 of clubs in there, he's going to have more bluffs and value. It's as simple as that. If Trev's been up to antics like that early on in the day, Dan, it becomes such an easier call with the 10s, because if he's got random airballs in there like king 8 of clubs, he's going to have other random airballs in there. And the other thing as well, in a live setting, Joe is a live grinder, so he will have experience at the table. He was looking at Trev as well, and he might have picked up on a read, and in those sort of spots, that's something I always say: chat with your opponent, or at least have a look at them, see if you can pick up on something. Trevor might have given something off there. Joe might have been leaning towards fold. He might have picked something up on Trevor and then come to the correct decision. It's as simple as that, and that's the great thing about live poker. When you're in this live setting, you have that tool in your arsenal, which you don't have in online poker, where you can potentially pick up on some like micro mannerisms, like some sort of read, and it can veer you in the right direction. But in that spot, Trevor, if he's got king 8 of clubs, he has more bluffs than value. It's as simple as that. It's a spot where he's going to have more bluffs than value in that particular scenario, because if he's rocking up with the king 8 of clubs, he's going to be rocking up with a whole host of other air balls in that given spot. I didn't think Trev was the type of player to just go like barrel there randomly, no equity hand on that board. But if Joe knows that he is, then he can feel much more comfortable about calling.
Oh no! We've had bad news from Apocalypse. Oh no. no. Any more eliminations from the outer tables? Oh my days, Barney Boatman's gone. One of the legends of the game, Mr. Barney Boatman. And we have also lost Lewis Spencer. Lewis Spencer eliminated. Barry Grime, he was on 120,000.
Hold on a minute.
What? Where's Grimo?
160,000.
160,000. What have you done, Grimo? What have you done? 160,000 for Grimo. And the last man out, Edo Alon. So 2 on table. That could have been the same hand, by the way, because Edo and Barry were sat side by side, and they eliminated 4 seconds apart. There could be a huge trip lead on 13.
Yes.
Whoever's on 13. Oh my days. Hey up, Fizz. Yeah, we don't know what happened to Mark Dyson. He's gone.
Someone hoovered all his chips up.
Ah, ba-dum-bum. Well, I think we need a quick wander to table 13, because Barry Grimes and Edo Alon were eliminated on the same table at the same time, and Grimo had 160,000.
Is it tea time then?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Go have a look, Tower.
Absolutely. Can you root for an Exeter goal while I'm gone, please? Thank you very much.
I'll tell you what. I'll go for the first one of the day. Maybe first meal. I'll have a latte, please.
Latte.
Yeah, little one
latte.
Sugar. Thank you.
Okay, latte. And table 13. He's getting a tower treat.
Yeah, like Dyson's not the type, Mark, to just dust off 200 bag. He's probably ran into a couple of gross spots, or maybe a corner, or maybe he ran a bluff in a spot which was good, but ran into the top of his opponent's range. There's lots of different factors that could have happened, but I'm sure Mark wouldn't have given them away cheaply, that's for sure. Apocalypse, you bick, some boring games. 2 goals in 40 minutes across 6 matches. We should have gone the under 1.5 goals. But good luck to everyone if you did get on either of the trebles, or you're having a little flutter yourself this Saturday afternoon. We are here all the way through until early hours of tomorrow morning, finishing up probably about 1 AM again, because I'm guessing today's going to be another day because of how busy it is, with some extended breaks, so the dealers get a chance to get a break in as well. And Rustin says latte is coffee flavoured milk. I like coffee, I like milk, so I'm going to like a latte. Change it up from the tea for once. King 3-4 rainbow. Tim flopping top pair. Blind on blind here after completing, and now continuing for 1 big. And Joe with the Jack 7 of clubs. Some nice backdoors here. Tim can be very wide. Happy to call. Ace of spades on the turn. Shouldn't really change much for Tim. Joe's going to have some checks here with ace X. Blind on blind, but like as soon as we get into like that ace 8, ace 9 remit, going to start raising it up. So still feel fairly confident our king's going to be the best hand as Tim. Hello Karen, what's the parking like at Coventry for Goliath week? It's usually fine. There's plenty of parking there, plenty of spaces. It's usually designated its own car park at the CBS Arena. So never usually any problem with parking. And the other thing as well, I remember the last Goliath we've done, we had a lot of people asking about whether you have to pay for parking, but you can just go to the casino and they give you like a ticket or something or other like that to get your parking for free. So facilities are all there if you are driving up or down to Coventry in August. Yes, one of the best, Mark, one of the best in the room. Chung, Hingdry, Kellett, Stevie Warbs, Matt Bushell, Stu Rutter. 6 very, very good players. So looking forward to the rest of the session as Warbs opens the King Queen under the gun, and Paul 3-bet into 12.5k, and Warbs going to have to get out of the way here. I'd be surprised if we saw Warbs put another penny in this pot. As I always say, general rule of thumb, when you do open from EP and get free bet, like these offsuit Broadways aren't going to be good pills. The King Queen, the King Jack, the King 10, even as high as Ace Jack off, you can be folding in these particular spots, and Wards makes the correct lay down.
Fine, don't worry. It's okay. Line's just for show, it's not really a thing, is it? Cheers, buddy.
Joe, ace on the button, happy to open. Raises to 4.5. Tell it out of the way, and action on Stevie Warps, not defending in the big blind with a 10-5 off.
That's it. Foot lad.
Oh, lovely, thank you. I didn't even hear you. You just appeared.
I'm like Mr. Ben. I'm like Mr. Ben. Apocalypse says 2-1 Exeter, is that true? Oh, it only is. It only is. It's only 2-1 Exeter.
Oi, oi.
2-1 Exeter.
Yeah, you don't think? No. Okay. I agree. He's had one sip of Corona and a lot of
Pocket sixes for Stu.
Nothing like it.
I mean, mine's like a huge compliment. Everyone else saying no, he's like a massive. No, I think the lime does change things. You don't get as drunk with lime. You've seen that program, Your Face or Mine? I think so, yeah. Okay, if you put in Ben Jones, I forget, I don't know the answer. Joe up against Joe, who's getting the higher? Oh, I gotta say my mate Joe. You know when it's like your girlfriend sitting next to you, you gotta say it's your missus, isn't it? You know what I mean? You hesitated though. You hesitated. No, but when you say snap, they might think they're saying it for the sake. The hesitation means I gave it some form. So then no, it means you're bluffing. No wonder my club didn't get through exactly. If I just snap one all in. Next time you hesitate, I'll say you're bluffing.
Which Man United footballer does everyone tell me I look like? I mean, I don't agree, but...
Present or past? Present. Phil Jones.
No, I said footballer. No, it's not.
I was joking, obviously.
It's not Marcus Rashford either.
So there's been plenty of eliminations today. We're down to... We're down into the 90s. There's no big chip lead on table 13.
Absolutely swear by it.
Kevin Allen's on it. I'm 30. Yeah, I saw. I couldn't see who was. I know. Oh, Gilly's got a lot of chips. He's got his hands over his chips, so I don't know exactly how many he had. But he's got about 400, has he? You're just going to find out. Thank you very much. Pineapple Hoodie is on that table. Chris Vernon, he's got about 150. Kev Allen's got 280. So Ben Jones, I don't even know if you'll remember Ben Jones from back in the day. He played for years, did Ben, in the early. He's from Manchester, or the surroundings of, and he won a GUKPT and then just disappeared, did Ben? Ben Jones went travelling the world and like played online a lot, massive online, and just started playing live again. So he's on the table with Chunks. And Nick Filoni's on there, who won the G4 this week. So Tony Filoni. And then Gilly Black, who's chip leader on the table with 350. So they're splashed around, but no massive leader.
Well, you say 350 tower. What's the average now? Like 110, around there?
Yeah, around 110, so 3x. Yeah.
You know, the thing is, if they cut off, yeah, you never say that. Yeah, they just cut you off. Yeah.
Karen Lowry says, what's parking like at Coventry Goliath Week? There is a decent car park in front of the casino. There's also a huge car park all the way around the arena, but I'm not sure if there's charging for that. I'm not too sure. I think if you put in your registration plate number into the machine, I think it's complimentary parking. We'll try and get that confirmed because we normally only use the car park outside the casino, but with the thousands that are in attendance for Goliath, it might change. But I think if you put your reg number in, it's complimentary parking. That's for Goliath when we get there. Do you still want to say Rico Arena? Yeah, absolutely. It was built as the Rico Arena, wasn't it? And the CBS is what it is now.
And as well, guys, we've got another £110 closer ticket to give away today, so we need to come up with something. I think what I'm going to ask PK to do when we go on the dinner break, if we get the full chip counts when we come back, if you then tweet in what you think is going to be the chip leader at the end of the day, whoever's closest to the amount of chips wins themselves a ticket. I think that is the best way. So when we return after the dinner break, we are going to be running a giveaway for a £110 closer seat. So make sure you are tuned in. So Joe with Queen Jack raises to 4k. Happy to open this one, early position. You may see some players muck, but Joe with the chips happy to open. But Tio off the 16 bigs just moves all in with the ace king. You see on the clock there, we've got 3 minutes left of this level before the blinds will go up.
Tony Bedford, I thought you were off to Vegas.
My only concern is will the pie and mash stand be there? That's my favourite as well, Tony.
Hey, you're on salad for the wedding, you calm down. You're on salad for the wedding. May 20th the wedding, you're on salad, son. Don't worry about that. No pie and mash for you, kid. Lines 1, 2. Lines are going up in 2 minutes' time. So at 5 to 5 there will be a 60-minute dinner break. There are 94 players. 54 get the money. Rolling across the bottom is the prize money.
Put 10 other clubs for Paul, raises to 4. Little pair here for Stuart. Not much going on for Paul, however he is the aggressor, so might see him continue here on the Ace-Jack 3 rainbow board.
Check, check, check. Is that a 9 and a 2? Stuart has checked and we have seen a turn card.
Yeah, Stu's got a nice one to check behind, wants check 2 tower on the Ace-Jack 3 rainbow, the middle pair. Tim leading here.
Yeah, these are 9 of spades.
And 9.6, fires for 8k into 15, so just over half here from Tim. And Stuart checking behind flop, so we can call this turn bet, I'm assuming. Three of spades on the river here. I guess we beat some like Queen 10, some 10-8 suited, King Queen, King 10 perhaps of Stuart. Although I doubt he's going to pill gutter ball. So probably only 10-8 suited, 4 combos, and then the 16 combos of Queen 10 potentially. So Tim firing river here. And I'm guessing this is as a bluff, 8k. So 25% bet here on the river from Tim as what I'm guessing is a bluff. Never getting called by worse, so Stuart now with the King Jack. Looks like he's happy to call. King Jack is good.
Min cash is also decent, 2,550, doubling your money. We're getting into the money.
It was a good river or a bad river for me. I was like, yeah, it's more convincing this one. I mean, yeah, it does look a hell of a lot like an ace.
So it's half time in the treble tower, and out of the 6 games we chose, only 5 of them are 0-0.
Are they really? Yeah. So your draw's drawing?
yeah, the draw's in.
And Exeter are winning. Did you have the 6-time Acker?
No.
And Port Vale, which would have been 7. Port Vale are winning. I don't know. We'll do it one day and not do it and not stick them all together.
So blinds have just gone up, and Paul finds queens. Gets out flopped on the ace 3-3 board. Joe finding the ace, and Paul choosing to continue. Joe just going to be happy here to check call with the ace 5. Shouldn't be doing anything else here. No merit in raising. Too strong a hand to fold, so just going to be calling out of position. Paul now working with like well less than a pot size bet. I've just seen his stack tower. He's going to love this turn card.
Boom.
Lady on the turn.
4th diamond, it's the river. One is Joe had.
Well, he's got the 5 of diamonds here, Joe.
Yeah.
And Paul just going to go for the lot here. He's going to be all in.
Yeah. He's got his last one chip in the middle, 25k. Have it, he says.
So, is that what he said?
Have it. Here, have it. Don't need it anymore, he says.
Yeah, if someone's ever at the table, guys, and they go to have it and then move all in, they've always got it. It's never a bluff. That is live tell central. And once again, Joe in one of these tough river spots, and as I say, his river decision making one of the best I've seen over the years. Doesn't seem to make many incorrect decisions once we get to the river. When he's in front, he usually finds the call. When he's behind, he usually finds the fold. And there's the fold. Correct decision again from Joe Hindry. And that is a sign of a good player. When you get down to the river, always making the correct decision. Nice little pass there from Joe. BRM. There's not much we can do if people don't have Twitter. It only takes 2 seconds to set up an account. You're more than welcome to obviously set up an account, but we can't cater for everyone.
You've got the 110 from yesterday. You got to
I forgot.
You got to appreciate that we have to run tournaments for different for different social media outlets, and Twitter we're always on there. So
there's chip counts across the bottom of your screen. Spans up to 200k. Dave Doherty going along nicely, 120 for him. Bixie still in the mix. Robbie Ball 90,000, and Alex Montgomery in the mix with 90k as well. Dino O'Brien was playing today. Mandara on 35k.
But he must have bought in.
Yeah, he must have done. Must have done. Tower.
Must have bought in, young man.
So ace 8-4, rainbow flop. Paul flopping best here in a limp coup. 4-way limp pot here. And Paul firing. And pot goes this way. Back-to-back pots for Paul. Pendulum swinging the right way again.
Is Gilly Black still in? He's one of the chip leaders on 350,000. Says Bobby Green.
How are we doing, Gary? Jay, I see the 10-8 suited, busting the 6-better, won the mini. What a guy. Yeah, did you see the winner's picture as well? He's even got the 10-8 of clubs in the winner's picture.
Rob Adams says, what's your view on buying today too? I feel it's very punchy and more of a gambling than poker, if you get where I'm coming from. I play poker because I enjoy it, so would always play it at day one.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, Rob. The thing is, we don't get many uniques. That's the thing for day two. Players have already fired bullets throughout the days. They just haven't bagged up, and they still want a shot at the massive prize pool. And the thing is, on this GUKPT structure, 16 big blinds, buying in for 16 bigs is still perfectly fine. And if you know how to play your short stack, you shouldn't really be making any mistakes. So you can almost play perfectly off of that stack size, and then potentially spin it up the times that you get it in. You are in front and hold. Before you know it, you're up to 35, 40 bigs, and you're right back in the mix. And on this particular structure, I think it's perfectly fine to buy in for the 16 big blinds, as we see Morps here shoving the ace queen for 50 bigs over a Trevor open and a flat from Joe on the button. And Morps just putting in the lot here, 50 BBs with the ace queen. This is just happy to take it down here, never getting called by ace jack or worse. It's nice latte, that towel. Someone told me latte is not coffee, it's just milk, flavoured milk. Yeah.
No, it's made of milk, but it's all predominantly milk. Easy for you to say, but yes. A couple more eliminations around the room. Kaivon Hakimi, Mitch Hynam, MJ. Yahoo! He's been eliminated. Julio Mascolo has gone. Adriano Perez has also been eliminated. Murph's gone. Andy Taylor. Rennie Shear's out. Oh, Macapac's gone. The Chris Johnson. Stato, Andy Hume, he's also out. And that leaves us with 82. 82, 82.
Getting there. Slowly getting there.
3 ways to the front. Check. 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 Check.
Unfortunately, no hole card showing from Matt or Trevor this hand. Might have to get a little deck change. I'm sure our action tracker will be on it.
Check. 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 Throw down. Aces and jacks. 9 of spades, jack of spades, yeah.
Jack 9 for Matt.
You're essentially starting now, this is just down for a CLA table 20. That's bottom side pool, just south, making way to table 20, versus yellow.
There we are. Look, right on the case. One hand. Yep. Cards are not showing. Noon deck in.
That's it. We'll need registering at the next break. That's what he will be doing. Dave. So 82 out of 526. One of the chip leaders is Gilly Black. We'll have a full chip count after the dinner break. The dinner break will be 4:55. We will be stopping and starting the stream for YouTube users because of the recording law on YouTube.
Raised 5.5.
So that's what we'll be doing at the dinner break. So YouTube will have to find that new link instantly, but then all the way through until they close the play, it's the same link. So we'll be doing that. And looking down, Tim Chung, Cowboys.
And I love this from Tim, big advocate of flattening the kings here, and it's going to work to perfection because Paul shoved in here with the ace queen, and Tim potentially on his way to the full double plus a little bit more because Stu's open, and Tim will call this off. And kings for Tim, and Paul with the ace queen going to need some help.
Simon, that one's there. Get a full double there if I win. Alright, confident? Yeah, a bit more than you. Here's 3-4.
Well, Jack would now work. That is top set for Tim Chung.
Any jacks about, we're shouting for.
And just a jack to
jack.
fade.
Yep. And it's a 6 of spades. So the Cowboys for Tim Chung double up. Back up to 100,000.
43.5.
Usually, I think it's when we're down to 80. Neo's asking when we go 8-handed. Usually when it's 10 tables, I believe, that's usually a sort of time I'm used to seeing. Let's go 8-handed in a day 2. So we lose a couple more and potentially could have someone move from this table to balance. But it should be very soon, Neo, when we do go to 8-handed tables.
Just wait for top 7.
40 minutes until the dinner break.
People know about that.
Raise at 5.5. Pass.
Some goes down in about 2 hours.
And Queen of Diamonds for Stu, raises to 5.5.
Stay like saving tonight, so
Action
8:30
on Matt in the big with the 8-4 of clubs.
I'm ready for some. I've already got like the Wi-Fi boosters.
I'm still expecting to defend this one, maybe right on the line, could go either way, but Matt's capability. I think both the hands, locked time, suited hands, can be defending them in the big blind. Flop of 10, 5, 5, 2 spades. So a complete whiff for both Matt and Stuart. Stuart with the betting lead here though might choose to continue. Potentially that's just going to take this one down here. Plays at 5k. Although Matt's not insta-folded, thinking about potentially check raising this one. Incorporated into bluff range. We've got some very nice backdoors here, the 8-4 of clubs potentially. As well as that, we're going to have them 5x out the big blind. A lot more 5s than Stuart, but I think it's just a bit too wild at this stage. I think maybe a better bluff would be like a 6-7 of clubs.
52 have started the 200. Decent turnout already for the 200 pounder. Late red until 6:15.
Round system like last year, like football was so different. It literally feels like you're in a stadium. It feels like they literally like cheering like left and right. I said you had a Ford football team. That's big. Pass. Raise 5,000.
King of the spades for Joe, raises to 5,000.
Robertson's a bit quiet. I like you, Tim. Score local. I don't want to. Alright. I'll talk to you about anything else.
Sure. Defending.
I didn't know. Too many. Heads up. We had a lot of favors.
Gut shot overcard for Joe on the Queen 10-8 board. Probably one that probably going to have plenty of checks on. May not be too inclined to continue here. Fairly wet board texture. Take a free one. Queen of spades on the turn. No improvement for us as Joe Hendry. I'm aware of Stu Rutters holding at the moment. Stu is going to choose the lead here. 6k and just a quick fold from Joe.
Nice on Stu. Building stacks nicely. In seat order, these are the chip counts. Trev in seat 1. Joe with 3. Warbs on 140. Stuart on 126.
You've been to that Bishop place. We're going to guess you have.
We used to go a lot, yeah. They used to 20 plays. On match days, it used to be just season ticket holds only. Not even like match tickets.
Hey Charlie Gillett is on 350,000.
Even most people are season ticket holders. I've been probably 5 years. Yeah.
raise to 5.5.
A nice one to open for Warps in the low jack. 8-9 suited makes it 5.5. Action on Trev. In the big blind. 10-3 off. Not going to be defending this one. Raise and take for Stevie Warps. Ah, great. Cheers, Mick.
What's happened?
Wimbledon are 1-0 down.
Who are Wimbledon? Who are they?
They're playing Cambridge.
What?
How are they not winning? They've got the Wombles playing for them. Still time, Nick. We can turn it around. We got 40 minutes. Worst thing is to have Exeter hold on and Bristol Rovers somehow get a go. I've got to wait a week to see if my treble comes in when Shrewsbury play MK Dons.
Oh, if you didn't know what happened, I put out the treble, Towers treble, 7-1 or just over 7-1. I thought it was a lovely little treble. Oh dear, 10 minutes later he went, that treble's 18s. I went, what? Looks down, he's got Shrewsbury away at MK Dons next week in part of his treble. He's just seen the word Shrewsbury, clicked the button, and it's the wrong week.
It might pay off, you never know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Checkity check, checkity check. Looks like... He's Joe stood up.
I'm guessing.
Why is the earphones going in the bag?
He's moving.
Ah, we could be balancing the tables, ladies and gentlemen.
10 tables, we go 8-handed.
There you go.
There we go. Must mean we've lost a couple then, Tower. It put us down to 80.
7 butchers. Well, 8, well, it could well be. Stato was out. We then lost Adam Davis. Oh dear. Andy Salami. He has just been eliminated, and also David Thomas.
So down to 80 players, and
So,
now we will be 8-handed from here on out.
Well, yeah. In fact, that's 79 with David Thomas just been eliminated, young man. Anonymous. No, this is not the final table. This is day 2. The final table will be sometime tomorrow. Sometime tomorrow will be the final table. Oh, we come with us. Lowell Brown. How many cash? 54. Get the cash scroll on the bottom will be the price ticker of what the players are playing for.
We got Paul Grummett at risk here. All in versus the 10s of Tim. And that will be that. Running threes or running jacks.
Absolutely.
Is the only way out of this one for Paul. And just quads for good measure for Tim.
Just the quads. Good luck, lads, says Paul. Unlucky Paul. Off he goes. That means we're on 78. Get that nifty on red again in the next break. I know what I did find online the other week. A live craps table with a proper shooter so it's not automated and it's not in a box and you don't press a buzzer or anything like that for the dice to roll. There's a guy with a stick, and if you play craps, all the proper table, and there's a machine at one end of the table that goes back and then wangs the dice onto the table, and you can play craps properly, and it's real because it's not automated with your buzzer and anything like that. I thought that was amazing, because craps is a dying breed in England. I think there's only one table left in Britain now.
Where's that?
Yeah, in the Hippodrome.
Oh yeah, downstairs.
And that's on request as well. It's not open all the time.
I used to love the one upstairs in the Vic. As Tao says, it's hard to just get the staff in. Like, what you one staff for a blackjack table. What you need 5 for a craps, is it?
Yeah, a full table you need 5 staff.
Yeah.
It's just the best game ever.
Stu Rutter opening the hijack makes it 5.5, and Wolves defending the 6-7 suited in the big.
Heads up.
And flops the dummy and gutter, 10-10-8 rainbow.
Only 10's about.
Bet.
Stevie Wolves happy to check call with the backdoor diamonds in there as well. 9 obviously making him a straight.
Check.
8 of diamonds on the turn. Does bring in straight flush draw for Warps, but is double paired now. And an 8 on the river. And if I'm Steve here, Tower, I might even bomb this, because we're going to have more 8x, we're going to have a lot of 10x to defend. And obviously we're playing the board, but most of the time Stuart's going to be playing the board as well. Yes, sometimes he'll have jacks through aces, which are ahead, but I just think more often than not he's just going to show down like an ace high, king high type holding.
Check. Yeah, yeah. Forgot I had to split pop. Ace of hearts, 7 of clubs.
7, there it is for Stuart. Got to see.
So we haven't lost Joe Hindry. He has just gone to balance the tables. 10 tables of 8 was 80, and then we lost one. Paul went, it was down to 79.
In 30 minutes time we are going to head out on the hour dinner break. Do feature table as well. Don't really want to get rid of this one. Tasty little table we got here going on. And King Queen for Trevor.
Raise. 5.5 taste.
Makes it 5.5, and Tim's called with unknown holding at the moment. King Queen for Trevor, Ace 10 for Tim. And Morbs has called the King Jack of Hearts in the small, and that brings Tio in with his 8-6 of spades, trying to catch a piece to go with.
Check. Check. Check.
Potential fireworks here, but we are 4 ways, so going to see some chips in the middle, but not too big a pot. Warb's not going anywhere here with the King Jack of Hearts, flopping the nut flush draw here on A7-6, 2 hearts. Tim firing for 8.5, so third pot choice from Tim with his top pair. And Warb's happy to just call and see a turn.
Hot building, 41,000. two of clubs on the turn. Full on brick.
Yeah, so now Tim going to be racking his brains about hands that Ward's has got in the small blind here, hands that he pulls in the small. We have some suited ace-x in there, 8-9 suited, the call flop, as well as the heart draws, which are going to be like the king, queen, king, jack, jack 10, queen, jack of hearts, these type of holdings. Regarding hands we're behind to, 6s and 7s are our worry, as well as a7 and a6 suited potentially. We're still happy to go for another street.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we're going to be able to go for 3 streets here, though, as 10, 7 of diamonds on the river.
Forbes checks.
Ward's can have ace jack here as well, Tower, that's the thing. Definitely can have ace jack. A6 suited gets counterfeited. Only 2 combos of a7 suited, sets less likely. Tim's thinking, does he ever get called here by like a suited ace-9, suited ace-8? These hands ever pay us off in this particular scenario, or even like ace-5 through ace-3 suited? It's a close one. I'd probably check back, but I'm sure Tim will know better than me whether this is going to be a value bet in this spot. I think it's really close once we bet into a field of 4 on the flop. Steve calls and then also calls turn, and Tim chooses to check behind the
That'll do it. Fizz is on his way tomorrow. Go for your nice little walk, get yourself better, and yet there'll be a hug waiting when you walk through the door for the seniors. You'll get. Seniors will be busy tomorrow, I think. I think seniors will get 80 to 100 runners. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Fizz. The craps table in Sheffield is not a proper craps table. It's collated odds on. So if you roll a 4, 5, 6, you might get the same odds and got the same kind of full on table. But that one online it's great. Great to watch as well. How old is the seniors, Karen? It's 50 and above. 50. 50, 50, it's off to poker we go.
The raises to 5.5 in the pocket 6s. So Rich, Jack 7 suited here, raises to 5.5. Moves with 4s in the cut-off, not going to be going anywhere. This is hijack open from Rich. Probably just expect him to just call. I don't think there's any shorts. Actually, Tio's fairly short behind him. Maybe wary about if Tio shoves over the open and the call, but I can't see how we're going to fold the 4s here to 1 open. And eventually calls for 5.5. Matt's got a hand we can go either way here with. In the small blind, we're not going to be folding the suited 7-8. However, some of the time here, Matt may lean towards free betting this one. We've got no blockers in here and removal, but not the worst candidate to come in for a free bet bluff with some of the time. But this is what you expect to see more often than not, just a call. And now Stu Rutter getting an unbelievable price in the big blinds. Not sure he's going to be folding too many hands. And ace jack of diamonds. That's why he hasn't called so quickly, thinking about squeezing this one up, but thinks better of it and makes the call. So we've got some action flops with these hands, hoping that the dealer obliges. Not on 2, 3, 4, all hearts, just warps here, smashing this one, flopping top set, which you don't say very often with pocket fours. It's checked over to Stevie Warps. 4-way here, just gonna start betting this one. Heads up coup, might incorporate in some checks, but once we go 4-way here with our top set, we want to just start firing.
8,000.
Bit of 8k, so choosing third. And everyone gets out of the way. That put down the way of Steve.
$78 the last time we saw, as we are half an hour away from the 60-minute dinner break.
Hijack open from Warps with the ace-8 and defend from Trevor with 6-7 off. King 9-3, 2 diamond board, one that Warps is going to have high frequency continues on. King high. That's the opener, and just a quick fold from Trevor out the way.
Trev 227, Tim 166, 90 bigs for Tricky Trev. Oh no! Meet the mod, Bristol Rovers are losing. Oh no! Oh, it's all gone Pete's on yet again. Sorry guys, I do try, I look for the value. Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking about Accrington Stanley, I'm sure, but Bristol Rovers, I thought they were on a bit of a roll. I know Carlisle were on a roll as well, but I thought it was because they were safe, that'd be it. I do keep trying. Unfortunately, somebody lets us down every week.
I pull into you, and you guys I chop.
All right.
You're back.
Tanley eliminated and David Doherty eliminated, bringing us down to 76. Dave Doherty eliminated, unlucky. 76, 54. Get the money, as you can see scrolling across the bottom, 54.
Pass. Right, it's 5,000. Call.
So flop time 697. Tricky Trev with a 7.
Okay.
Queen 2 for Rich Kelly in seat number 4. Flush draw for Rich Kelly. Bet 10,000. I think Trev might call this. Yep, he does.
Call.
Is this dinner break?
He does call it.
Yeah.
This 45 minutes.
The river. Is it a diamond for Kelly? No, it's not. It's a 4. 4 of clubs.
Probably is 1 hour.
It's on Rich.
Early dinner, innit?
Probably has to bet. Bet pretty big. Could be a pot size bet coming in.
That food was alright.
It is 35.
Definitely.
35,000. No, then Trev.
It's 45 now. 1 hour.
Flush draws missed. Board pairs.
It's like a
Straightening board.
around the corner.
Rich could easily have 8-10. Trev Reardon. Flop second pair. On a bit of a wet flop. Oh, he's picking up chips. This will be a cracking call from Trevor Reardon. Working out how many chips he's got if he loses. Got the 35,000 in his hand. And he makes a call. That is a good call. And the 7 is good. Nice call from Trev.
You live in Manchester?
Yeah, I live in like Pittsburgh, you know.
Great call from Tricky Trev. Booshka, he says. Have some of that. Russ, I said exactly the same. I said exactly the same to Dave, the action tracker, this morning, and I was howling. I was trying to get myself a picture. And it was so funny. Can you hear me now? Hear me? I can see you. Hey, you, Baldy. Got know where you're going, don't know where you're going, riding on the road to nowhere. Oh, brilliant. Good shout, Russ. Get Gilly on the feature. We might we might have to. I don't know what table it's gonna be. I don't know what table it is going to be, but whichever one it'll be a good one, that is for sure.
Pass. Raise 5,000.
Oh, Russell's just turned 50, so he's coming down to win the seniors tomorrow.
Raise 15,000.
Good on you. Good. It's a great event. It's a great event, and one of the events where there's hardly any late entries. Everybody loves to sit down and play the first hand with the seniors.
Very unlikely it's going to come to you.
Pass. Pass. Everyone deserves counts. Raise 5,500. Raise 12,500. Pass.
Womble's coming. Womble's going to try and pass to the final table, is he? He's going to be like, yes, fold, fold. I don't think he'll have changed his game, will he, old Womble?
Pass. 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 All in. Call. And pass.
This time, orange on.
So Theo is all in for his 20,000 with King Jack suited, and needs to hit backdoor hearts, a king or a jack. Oh, he's hit the jack, baby! And gets a much needed double.
Pass. Pass. Raise 5,500.
Raised to 5.5. Wolves with 143,000 with the 2s.
Pass. Raise 27,500. Pass. Pass.
No, nobody is. No, there is definitely no table captain. That is for sure. Definitely not.
Pass. 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 Call. Check. Check. Check.
Jack 10-7 flop. Trev flops best. Any bet would win. Not the best turn card for Trev, even though he's turn 2 pair. Brings in straight draws for Tim. And Tim can definitely rep a 9. And the big blind.
Bet 16,000.
Tim does rep the 9. I think Trev calls this. Wow, that's a big fold. Only losing to the 9, really.
Yeah, tower, spot on. Is a really tight lay down there from Trevor. Just gives Tim instantly credit for a straight. Letting us know that
What's happening?
mid-trebles not gone well today.
Ah, no. Haha, Russ, that is tradition. That sounds good to me, pal.
Pass. 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 Pass.
6 minutes left on the clock before the hour dinner break.
Pass.
There will be a stop and restart on YouTube during this dinner break. So everybody who's watching on YouTube will just have to find the new link when we come back at 5 to 6.
Tim completing here with a 6-5, and Rich with a Jack 10, just checking his option off of his 23 big blinds. And Tim plots best on the Queen 6 deuce rainbow. And fires for 1 big blind, 2.5. And Rich happy to float here with a Jack 10. King of spades on the turn. So Kellett here, up and down. And if we're floating flop, this is a lovely card to start barreling on. Size is up here.
Yep, 10.5.
So 80% turn bet from Rich with just Jack high. Is up and down though. This king has brought in the up and down draw for us. I know Tim in a bit of a spot now with a 6, but not going to be going anywhere. Happy to call out of position and see a river.
Check.
7 of clubs on the end.
Check.
And Rich checks. And Tim's going to take it with a 5-6. Leaving Rich sub 20 bigs, 17 bigs. Be precise. 50 caliber on Twitch. Brilliant job on stream, guys. Trying to watch as much as possible and work. Is Alex Montgomery still in? Yes, he is.
He is indeed.
Haha, poker Mel. Glad I never got back home until after 3 today. Save your money, Mel. Save it for Edinburgh. We'll be there very soon.
Shrewsbury scored though.
Did they?
Yeah. I'll check your flash score. Yeah. Shrewsbury, Bristol Rovers has let us down. Damn those Bristol Rovers kind of fellas. Not back in the gas ever again.
Pass.
I can stop a foam run.
Raise 5,500. Pass.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. We will be going on a dinner break very shortly. 3 minutes and counting, as you can see.
So Rich here in the small blind with Ace Jack with this stack size. Potentially could just see him move in here over a Matt Bushell open and a flat from Trevor. And Rich going to take the more conservative approach. And, oh, he's not even flat. He's decided to free bet here off of his 17 big blind stack. So obviously he can't fold now once we free bet half of our stack. If Matt moves in, but quick fold from Matt, quick fold from Trevor. Probably going to squeeze 2 more hands in to close out the session.
Absolutely. Don't forget on YouTube, we will need a refresh.
Yes.
On YouTube. After or during the break, PK will be starting the stream on YouTube.
Pass. Most likely. I might promise that. Pass. Get some kick there.
Suited king for Trevor. Opening in the hijack, raises to 5.5. Action on Tio here in the big blind with the ace-6 with his 15 bigs. And just chooses to let it go.
One more hand.
So last hand of the session.
One more hand.
Could be a good dealer, Tower.
Shrewsbury late goal, says Mick the Mod. Bristol Rovers letting Towers treble down because Port Vale won as well. See, if I'd had Port Vale and then Bristol Rovers as a 4th team, would have got the treble up. 3 out of 4. Bummer. 3 out of 4. We ain't close all the time. We ain't close all the time. Who's that going to the table for 40 seconds?
Yeah, literally not even going to get to play a hand, the man.
Not even going to play one hand. Texting everybody, I want feet to table, mum, come and watch me, I want telly. In 30 seconds time, he's going to be standing up waiting for his dinner.
So assuming this one goes post flop will be the last hand, unless it's a quick raise and take.
Yeah, Mr. Kellett's going to decide that this is definitely the last hand. But he raises up, makes it 5.5.
So with the ace queen of spades and the dwarves giving us a break. Like, he's looking at the clock for us, Tower.
There, exactly.
He's like, them boys need their break. They're full hour.
He knows.
Good old Wolves.
He knows.
Theo out of the way. And Matt Bushell. Oh, ace 10.
We could see a flop. We are going to see a flop.
Could see more than that, Tower. I'm going to throw it out there. Not out the realms of possibility here versus a Rich Kellett cut-off open off of 23 big blinds. That Matt Bushell with ace 10 here and the big blind could just potentially set Rich in, but I think Matt's going to be more conservative. No, he is going to set Rich in, and we're going to have the all-in in the call.
Wowzers. Rich Kellett could be going to the dinner break with 100,000.
Yes, this is a big pot, back end of the session. Can't fault Matt for it versus Kellett's cut-off opening range. We are going to be well ahead of it with ace 10. But unfortunately, just ran into the top end. Ace queen suited for Rich. And does he survive?
Does he indeed? 9-4 Jack is good.
Yeah, got fates and runners, but nice start. That's a great turn for us. 10 of spades now out of there, so we're fading 2 outs here to double as Kellett. And we do 8 of spades, making a nut flush. Kellett doubles. We are back in an hour's time, guys. Enjoy the dinner break. We'll see you at 5 to 6.
See you then.
Event that JP Kelly won.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah. So me and JP Kelly were JP Kelly was first in chips overnight going into day 2, and I was second in chips overnight going into day 2. And I think I'd played on the Friday, and day 2 was on the Sunday. That Sunday was the Sunday that Michael Owen scored that goal against Man City. So yeah, but on the Saturday, interestingly enough, I actually had my biggest ever cash game winning session ever. I was playing in the Vic in London, and I ended up buying in for about 5,000. And then, like at the when it got to something like 6 a.m., I was playing Bambos heads up. If you know Bambos, he was an absolute legend in the Vic. I absolutely loved him. But if he was on tilt or something, he would just play crazy, and he'd always like to go to the cashier, and he'd say more chips, please, and he'd get a big stack of the 5k chips. So no matter how many chips you have, he'd just come back and plonk 150k on the table. So yeah, I was up to about. I must have been up to about 65,000. So I was winning £60,000 in this cash game, and like that at the time for me was just like absolutely insane. It was like fairy tale stuff, really. And then I ended up and Bambos was straddling every hand for me. So like we were playing heads up, and if I didn't want to put the straddle on, he was like, "Okay, Richard, I put it on for you." So like he was just trying to make pots enormous and things, and I was like, I'm in for £5,000. Do I really want to play 120,000 pot here? And it was getting 6:30 a.m. So I had this big day 2 at midday, and then I think Sam Trickett said to me the next day. He said, like, "What have you done? Like, why would you ever leave in that spot? That's the best spot you're ever going to get in a cash game." And I was just like, "Yeah, I had a day 2, and then I was excited for that day 2.
At one point, you sat next to Chris Ferguson.
Yeah, Jesus was on my left.
What's that like, knowing he's won the World Series?
Well, yeah, he's quite an imposing character to be honest. I think I ended up playing one pot with him blind versus blind. See, this is crazy because like I can even like this is probably one of my most mad poker skills. Like I can remember the exact hand that I played against him like 10 years ago. I had ace 10 in the small blind, just one hand, and he had king 9 in the big blind. And I just remember I hadn't played out, and I lost that to him. And I thought, yeah, I don't really want to get into another pot against him.
He just wanders around, doesn't he, all nice and quiet, but must be so intimidating at the tables.
Yeah, it was. I felt intimidated in that pot, to be honest. Yeah, and I think I got a little bit of a lesson taught in that one. Did
you play the World Series main event at all in Europe? The one down in London.
I did play that. I'm trying to think. But to be honest with you, that tournament back then, it was an absolute marathon, and like the structure was unbelievable, and I was just sort of one of those kids who was trying to win it on day one, and my game was not suited to playing that, and I ended up just frittering my chips away, if I remember rightly, in that one. I think I did. I think I got an okay. I think I got like sort of an okay start and middle of the day, but I busted towards the end of day one. But yeah, I was not pacing myself very well in those sort of events at that time, for sure.
I remember when I was down there doing the interviews and stuff like that. The quite a few of the Americans that came over were saying it's the best assembled field that ever played.
Oh yeah, it was insane. The household names, like obviously I was 19 years old, and I was starstruck because so basically, actually, before I played the main event, I played the 2500 round of each Omaha and Holden one, and I had Helmuth on one of my tables. I had Barry Greenstein on one of my tables, and I was sat next to Doyle Brunson on one of my tables. So I was just like, wow. And then when I got in the main event, I had a couple of good players on my table. I had Mike the Mouth Mattis out on the feature table behind, and Negrano on the table there. So they were shouting over to each other. And like, if I thought I hadn't seen it all, like towards the end of the day, I looked over at Negrano's table, and Phil Ivey was sat there.
they're just fantastic fields. So every credit for trying to play in one of them events. We're just skipping forward to November 2013. You made your first GUKPT main event final table, and you finished 6th in the grand final for just short of 26,000.
Yeah.
It was a long tournament. It was the one that Kev Allen went on to win for 150k.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it?
So yeah, we just played in Blackpool the week or two before, and my friend Mike, who I used to travel around with, Mike Thomas Ziggy, he'd got a result. He'd come second in the £300 side event, so he'd won a seat, because back in those days in 2013, if you won a side event anywhere in the country preceding the grand final, you would automatically get a seat into the main event. So Mike had won that, and I'd done well on the cash games in Blackpool, so we thought, right, we'll go to the grand final for the first time, I think. And we went down there, and on I think it was the Wednesday, Mike ended up winning the £250 six max. So yeah, I don't know if he got another seat into the grand final for that. Maybe you were capped at one. And I still didn't have my seat. But then on the Thursday, I played the £250 Omaha event, and I won that. I won that event outright. So I ended up getting the seat for the main event. And yeah, the main event was crazy. It was weird, the main event, actually, because I was on the same when I bought into the main event on that. I was on the same seat number and table number as my birthday. And I always thought it was always just a bit. I was always just a bit like superstitious about that. But actually, on my table towards the end of day one I had Mustafa Kanit 2 to my right, who I didn't know who he was at the time, but I just remember him completely outplaying me in one hand and thinking, who the hell is this guy? But he wasn't well known, Mustafa, at this time. This 2013, he would have sort of been still struggling to get like a big result. Two to my left, I had Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, it gets easier then.
Yeah, so these guys were. I ended up winning a big pot with Bryn, where I had Ace King and he had Queens, and I ended up getting 2 big streets of value on a King board. But yeah, I just sort of survived day one. I think I ended up bagging about 90,000. And day two, day two was insane. I think probably up until recently, or like I think it's my favorite ever day of poker. Like it was just insane. Like I ran 90,000 chips up on day two of a GUKPT into 1.58 million or something, and it was just absolutely insane. Like I was just going and going and going and going, and yeah, everything was coming off.
Awesome. Must have been a great final as well. Obviously, Kev Allen won it. One of the nice guys on around the tables.
Oh, yeah. Kev's a great guy. I love seeing him at every start.
And March 2014, we make another final table, this time in Manchester. 192 entries. You finished 4th to 15,000. But first 3, Simon Dedman, Steve Warburton and Rhys Jones. What a final 4 to start with. But as soon as you bust, they just decided to chop it up. Yeah,
I think that there was even. I think Carl Marenholtz and a couple of other good players were on that final table as well. Like pound for pound, at the time, it was the most insane GUKPT final table ever. Yeah, that was an incredible one. Simon Dedman was someone that I was really, really, really watching at this time as well. I really admired him, and I think. In my opinion, he's the most complete GUKPT player, the best GUKPT player ever, just because, I mean, his record would be right up there. And I just used to watch him and learn a lot from him. And his attention to detail and stuff was really, really good for me to sort of use him. Like he used to know what I was thinking before I was thinking it as well. Like I'd make a big bluff or something and I'd go to mock my cards and I could see him looking out of his corner of his eye and he'd have a little smile on his face and he'd go, you were bluffing there, weren't you, Richie? And he just knew every single time. He just knew, and I'd have to fake it sometimes and say, no, actually, I had that one time, like, because otherwise he'd just be able to read me. Like his focus was absolutely in a different league to anybody else's.
Well, the following week, the form just continued because you went to Sheffield, played in the GPS, 400 entries, second. And this time you chopped it with James Parker and the one and only Mr. Ali Malou.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
what's it like playing against the Malou?
Oh, well, this final table was really, really difficult to navigate because Ali Malou was on my left, I believe, and he had all the chips. So anytime I'd raise a strong hand, like ace 10 suited or something, you just go, oh, I'm all in. Like I couldn't do anything, and it was horrible. And I think the stacks. I think the stacks when we got to 300 to 3 left were something like Ali had 8 million, I had 1.3 million, and the other guy had 700,000. But it was getting late for Ali, and he was just like, yeah, I'll take this. I'm gonna get off home now. But special mention for Ali. He back in the day in the GUKPTs when I used to first following them around, like no matter where the festival was, he always used to win an event, and it would always be like he'd take first and the rest of the final table would chop. It was remarkable.
the only person I've ever heard who took more than first place prize money and the rest chopped it, apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He used to have everybody strangled.
In 2014, it just continues for you. In May, you booked your best score so far in the UKIPT High Roller. It was a 3,000 entry, and you chopped it with Dave Shallow for 68,000. Did you play for the trophy or did you just chop it then?
No, well, the final table, yeah, me and Dave ended up with all the chips heads up. And I'd never played with Dave before. I think I'd played with him a little bit online. But yeah, he had slightly more chips. And I just said, yeah, let's chop it, and you can take the trophy because you had slightly more chips, and we ended up getting an even chop. So it was a pretty good deal for me on him, I guess.
Yeah, we've been a 3K entry. There were only 101 runners. Was it yet again one of these events was just a tough field?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was less sort of recreational players in there, but I think the sort because I'm sort of used to battling with strong players online. Or at that time, especially like 2013, 2014, I was sort of my game was sort of online poker at sort of high stakes MTT. So my game was designed to play against that sort of player. Like I used to struggle a lot against recreationals, exploiting those. But like at that point in time, though, that sort of suited me, the high roller circuit. So especially live. So in DTD, particularly in the high rollers over the years, I've actually got a really, really good record. So yeah, but yeah, the pound for pound, there was some great poker players in the field.
Yeah, September 2015, the closest you'd been so far to taking down a GUKPT main event when you finished third in Luton to the eventual winner, Mr. Will Davis.
Yeah, that
frustrating.
Very. Well, I say very. I came back from day one with not many chips, and then yeah, day two. Day two. It was the one where we finished day two where we weren't in the money, wasn't it? And I was overnight chip leader going into the at the start of day three. So yeah, I was a little. I ended up going into the final table with the most chips, or one of the most chips, but I played a little bit cagey, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed in myself. I was being a little bit cautious, but yeah, I mean, third place is still pretty good.
Following the next GUKPT main event, November 2016, we went on to Blackpool, where you chopped it with. Now this was I think this was a chop where everybody watching the table thought, you know what, this could either go on for one hand or 17 hours. You chopped it with Midi and Tom Hall.
Wow, yeah, that was a pretty tough spot to be in 300 in the GUKPT.
It was a great final. Can you remember much about it?
Yeah, I think it was a really, really good final, actually. I think there's plenty of action and there's a good mix of characters. Yeah, I think Midi put me in a couple of horrible spots where I had to find the trigger against him early on as well. And then, yeah, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, it was tough though, three-handed, and we sort of came to a conclusion that we didn't really want to flip for thousands and thousands of pounds. And Tom was off to play another tournament. He had a flight the next day, and we sort of deduced that Midi's advantage of having the extra chips, we'd just give him the trophy. So yeah, I think we were all pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I remember Jeff Kimber being fourth. It wasn't a bad final to be on, I tell you.
No, yeah, it was remarkably the year after. All four of us who finished in the final four made day three as well.
Yeah. But then you just decided, 2017, you thought, fed up with this winter weather, I'm off to Australia. What's obviously wasn't taken lightly to do that. Were you still playing online, and did you think you could just go out there and play online and have a bit of fun? Yeah.
So 2017. It's like 2017. I went to the Aussie Millions as I do every January. I just love it over there. They have it's the height of summer over there in January. So, and they have the Australian Open tennis. I actually watched the Nadal against Federer final, and I was in Melbourne for the month of January, and then my friend had just split up with his girlfriend in Sydney, and she'd moved out. So I went to live with him for 2 or 3 months, and I was just grinding online, trying to sort of get myself prepared for the Millions Festival that was going to be at DTD in April time.
Back over in the spring of 2017, the Party Poker Weekly Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Now, it's not only did you get the free seats, you obviously did well in the tournament as well while you were playing online. What did you do with the seats that you'd won?
So basically, every week the top 10 players on the leaderboard for Party Poker got a £5,300 seat. So I was just going at it hammer and tongs. I was getting up, grind, like 16 hours a day. And I managed to come in the top 10 in the world 5 out of 6 weeks. I don't think I could ever do that again if I tried. It was a remarkable sort of streak that I was on, but it was tough as well because to get the maximum points, these were the $100 tournaments. So it's the high leaderboard. So it's $100 tournaments, $200 tournaments, and $500 tournaments counted. And like the 500s, I was having to re-enter a couple of times. So you're looking at like $1,500 outlay just for one tournament. So yeah, it was pretty fortunate that obviously I did well as well off the tournaments. Had some of my greatest online scores. But yeah, they let me play the first £5,300 seat, and then they just gave me £20,000 in credit for the other ones. So yeah, it was an amazing haul, and that's what really I think that was the first time that I really sort of got into the whole leaderboard thing.
Just incredible. You just end up with $5,300 seats, just like just what to do with these.
Yeah.
January 2018, you won the 25-25 Bolton, 228 entries. You chopped your 3 ways for 10,000. What is it about these 25-25s that you like? You seem to do really.
Oh no. Well, this is, you're about to hear something really interesting, because me and my friend Pixie, we used to go and play all of them when we'd travel all over the Northwest. And for about 1 or 2 years, neither of us could make a day 2 in them. Never mind cashing them. We couldn't make a day 2, and it was really weird. It was like the last hand of the night, we'd get it all in with queens against ace, like 8 kings against ace queen, and they'd find an ace or something. It was remarkable and we were sort of like, we can't do anything in these 25. Should we stop playing then? And then that was the first one that I won. I'm trying to think back to how the tournament went in that 2018. Oh yeah. I don't know. We definitely used to struggle with them though. And it was only really last year that I sort of really got to grips with how to play them, to be honest.
Yeah. In October the same year, the Millions in the United Kingdom, the main event, 1,015 entries. You finished 35th for 20,000. Andy both finished 45th for 17,500. So it must have been a tough field.
Yeah, Andy was actually on my table on day 3 and day 4, I think. Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's just that's really what I play poker for, to be honest. Like to be deep in those tournaments, day 3, day 4, where you can win £1 million. That's where the excitement comes from, and that's definitely where the excitement comes from.
These 5K events with 1,000 runners, they've got to be feels like an EPT, haven't they?
Yeah, but exactly the same. If not, they're really, really tough. Like the Millions tour in the last year or two has just got stupid tough. I'm not really, I don't really have much desire to play them, because I remember every time that I look at the sort of chip counts for them, like of the top 40 players, I know 35 of them, and it means that you're in for a tough time.
Yeah. 35th, 20,000. But it's what? Can you remember the exit? Was it annoying?
I just ended up losing a flip. I lost a pretty big pot with Ace Queen against Sam Grafton's Ace King, and then I just ended up losing a big coin flip against some Swedish guy after that, and that was it, unfortunately.
Well, back in the winter, you went back to Australia for the summer and played some live poker out there, cashing 6 times for just over 28,000. What's the poker like in Australia? What's the recreational stuff like?
Oh, it's brilliant. I really like it there. I think we're a little bit more advanced than them poker wise. And yeah, the Aussie Millions in particular is just an amazing, like you'll not hear a bad word about that festival from anyone who goes there. It's everyone's favourite stop. Obviously, being the height of summer and stuff when it's cold and wet in England is appealing as well.
Well, not only Australia, but 2019 in the January, you went to South Korea, and they've took you to the heart because you've got a nickname out there. What was it?
Mr. Champion.
You had 2 firsts and 2 thirds in 3 days.
Yeah, it was that was just absolutely insane. I got there. So basically, what the deal was, I was living in Australia for 6 months that winter, from October time until March. So if you've got a tourist visa, you have to leave after 3 months, but you can just leave and come back in. So I was thinking, oh, I'm going to have to leave. What should I do? I could go to Tokyo in Japan for a few days, or I could go to Bali for a few days. I thought, well, I'll have a look on the Hendon Mob, actually, see if there's any tournaments. So I went on the Hendon Mob, and it's the Japanese High Roller Series in South Korea. So, yeah, about 30 minutes later, my flights were booked, and I was off. And, yeah, I got there for the first night, and I was planning to play the Super High Roller, and it didn't actually start. So I jumped in a bounty tournament, and this bounty tournament was bizarre. I think it was about a 1,300 buy-in, where only 300 went to the prize pool, and 1,000 was the bounty. So it's just it was completely unheard of. I'd never seen anything like this on all the websites that I played on online. But yeah, it was absolutely crazy. So like there was a hand early on where like someone who I only had slightly covered moved all in, and I did the maths, and like I just had to go with it with pocket 3s. He ended up having pocket 8, so I hit a 3, and then I just had all the chips then, and just bounty, and I ended up winning that tournament. I think it was like 12,000 or something, including the bounties. And by this time, the Super High Roller had started. So there was 1 level left of the day, though. So I jumped in the Super High Roller to play the last level of the day, and then we bagged up, and then come back the next day for day 2 of the Super High Roller. Ended up coming 3rd in that one. That was good for about 25,000 or 20,000 or something. And then the next event that I played was another bounty tournament, and I ended up winning that. And then all the staff were going crazy at this point. They were like, "Mr. Champion, Mr. Champion." And then yeah, the next day after that, I played another event and came 3rd in that. So it was just a remarkable heat. It was a good few days over there, and yeah, I really liked it over there. Actually, I went to the Incheon, was the local city, and it was a bit like going into the future. It's a cool place to visit.
Australia, South Korea, and then straight back to the UK with a bang. Finally in the GUKPT in Manchester and finishing 2nd to Ben Malageds. You chopped the tournament for 70,000. I think that was an exactly straight chop, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think what we did was, yeah, we just did an ICM chop for the money. It was pretty much the same, and then we just did an all-in flip for the trophy, and yeah, so I basically had a 50-50 chance of being a GUKPT champion for the first time after all those close things, and think I had ace-4 and he had 6-5, and it just came brick, brick, brick 6 on the turn. So it still evades me.
Well, the trophy cabinet will eventually get full, I'm sure. Don't flip for the next one. When you get heads up, just take a little bit of time trying to win that trophy.
Yeah.
But in July, the World Series, the 1500 PLO, your chip leader. When we go to Vegas, you're 60 left, but unfortunately, you finished 52nd. We were reading the updates, and it sounded like you were just bashing everybody up, especially Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, Negreanu. It was a really funny one, that, because I'd say PLO tournament's my strongest game. And yeah, like I ended up making a couple of plays against Negreanu, and he was like, wow. And yeah, I had Connor Drynan on my right as well. He's a really, really good player. And yeah, I ended up making this fold with ace, king, king, jack in a hand, in a spot where you're not really meant to fold, and Negreanu turns over the aces, and he was like, wow, and he had his vlog out and everything. And yeah, that was maybe the best single day of live poker I've ever played, actually. And then the day two, I was, as you say, I was chip leader with 60 left, and in a really, really commanding position, but I just got in two ridiculous hands. And I mean, that's tournament poker, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I don't expect it to be frittered away. That is for sure. MPNPT, the high roller win in July 2019. You went down to London. You won it for 21,000. That's a trophy.
Yeah.
The MPNPTs, obviously, there's a lot more online players playing the live tournaments. Did that suit you?
I mean, it's interesting because London and high rollers usually is not good. Like high rollers in London are really bad sometimes, but this one was great. I think with it being 1K buy-in rather than a 2K buy-in, I think that helps as well. And it was at Aspers rather than being at Central London and stuff. There's loads of different factors, and some people might not have been back from Vegas yet. I'd actually just got back. I'd flown to London and I was playing it. But yeah, it was. That tournament went amazingly for me, and the guy who I was playing heads up with, he actually had about a 5 or 6 to 1 lead at the start of heads up, and he'd had all the chips on the final, and he'd just been putting me. He's a really, really good player. He's called Zagazor, a Portuguese guy, and I think he won the Millions in the Caribbean for like $1.5 million. So he was just putting me under it on the final, and I was really made up to get heads up, and he had a 5 to 1 lead on me, but yeah, I managed to turn it on its head and got a trophy for the first time in a while.
And did you also get a bottle of vodka?
Yeah, got a few bottles of vodka actually.
What was the reason for? Did you actually get a bottle of vodka for winning it?
No, I think I got.
Or was that the celebrations?
No, they couldn't give that vodka away. It seemed at the time they were giving me tickets, and you were scratching them. It was saying you won 2 vodka, and then they were giving me 2 vodkas. I ended up just palming it off on a load of different people, to be
honest. Straight after London, we got the Goliath in 2019. 9,300 runners.
Yeah.
You finished 109th, and it's not about the money. It was just £890, but it's the buzz of the Goliath. You played all around the world, but what does it feel? What does it for you as a professional poker player and have played in every country you can think of? Well, what's it like playing the Goliath?
Two very interesting things about the Goliath. Like the Goliath's amazing. It is actually amazing to see. And I think for a lot of my friends and people that I've met through the years who have a lot of other things going on in their lives, and they're very busy with work and stuff, and that they will always make time for the Goliath, and they're really passionate about it. So if they've got a bit of a hectic schedule, but like, and they play slightly lower stakes and they can't afford all these hotels for the biggest one, Goliath is one that is in everybody's calendar, and the excitement that it brings and the buzz of the place is brilliant. But it's interesting that in all of the time that all of the years and years that I've been playing poker, at the Goliath last year, I noticed that people were starting to get a little bit scared of me. Like it was weird because I was number one in the National League at the time, and people were probably aware of that. But it was really weird because in times gone by, people would always be very like sort of want to fight with me in like blind on blind situations. But just every time I was in the big blind, it was like walk. And the first time I ever noticed that in like 10 years of playing poker, that in the Goliath last year, it was crazy how it was just really weird how people just started not wanting to get in confrontations with me. And then yeah, as you say, out of 10,000 runners, when there was about 80 left or something, I'd been sort of keeping track of him through the week, but David Hay, I got moved to his table anyway. Like a lot of people would have been like, "Yeah, David, how you doing, mate?" But when I sat down, he was like, "Oh, hello, Richard. I've heard a lot about you." That was really funny. I think yeah, he turned around to me and he went, "Hello, Richard. I've heard to keep an eye on you. I've heard you're really." I think that it was when we just got back, he'd just been on a break, and Katie Swift and Jeff and Joe, his coaches, had worded him up, sort of thing.
What do you think about his performance? He finished 40th out of the 9,300. Obviously, the TV crew were there as well.
I mean, it really, really was a fairy tale. It's remarkable. It's like if you were to replay that scenario like over and over again, you're talking like you could do that for the next 100 years and he would not go that deep. It was sort of one of those freak lucky. Like I absolutely loved it. The deeper and deeper that he went, and when he was chip leader or something with that 100 left, it's just absolutely. It was like the stars were aligning, wasn't it? I mean, and that was just for me. So for you guys who'd bought into it for a bit longer and things like that, you must have been really, really excited the deeper he went.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the final 5 hands of just before hitting the final day was as good as what anybody could have expected.
Oh yeah, it was incredible. Like when he just started winning those big hands and stuff, and he just gathered the momentum. And I played a couple of hands against him, and yeah, it was tough. I raised under the gun in one and with ace 10 and he re-raised, and it was just like I just didn't know what to do. I felt like he was very, very difficult to play against, to be honest. So maybe
after the Goliath, September 2019, your third final table of the year was GUKPT Leeds. You chopped it 6 ways, where you took home 20,000. What was the deal? What was the deal like done? Yeah, you didn't want to continue playing for nothing. Everyone put the money back in the pot and sit and go for the title.
It was a real odd one, actually. Yeah, Mike, one of the other players left, who had the big chip lead. Me and him were good friends, and we'd both made the mini main final earlier in the week, actually.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, when we got 6-handed, it all sort of got really, really cagey, and Mike had a slight chip lead, but no one really else. And the next place out was perhaps must have been about 8,000 or something, and then the first place would have been like 40,000 or something. So it was really, really cagey, and I didn't have the best seat position. I wasn't feeling too great about the situation, to be honest. And yeah, we just it ended up getting brought out. Let's discuss a deal, basically, where everybody takes their ICM number now, and then everyone chucks, I think, £1,200 each. Oh no, £200 each. No, it was only £200 each back in, and you play for £1,200 and the trophy. So yeah, I think everyone was pretty happy with the deal. It was one of those situations where next out was pretty bad, considering how even everyone was to being first.
Yeah, Brett Angel eventually going on to win it. It was.
So this was maybe I maybe got even closer this time. I was playing heads up. I was playing heads up cards for the title this time, not just a flip. It was in my own destiny, and then second place again.
We move on to another third, but this time one of the favourite places to play. GUKPT Blackpool, 365 entries. You finished third, as we've just said. Another 40,000 in the coffers. Did this one seem more winnable?
Yeah, for sure. I remember standing up and looking around the room towards the end of day 2, and I thought, yeah, really want this one. I think this is winnable. And then I think me and Terry Jordan and somebody else bagged 1 million ish chips at the end of the day. So like coming back for day 3, I was really, really confident. I had a good table draw start of day 3 as well. But what it was actually the Remembrance Day, sort of parade on the pier. Up north. So me just like looking around at the Remembrance Day parade, and I was sort of getting into it, watching what was going on, all of that stuff. But then it's interesting. It's like when you're in Vegas, you look down the strip and you think, oh well, it's just down there, isn't it? So I'm looking down at the casino so I'm further up than Central Pier and North Pier. I'm in between the two. I'm looking down and thinking, well, yeah, that's just a 10-minute walk, isn't it? So it gets to about 10 to 12, and then I set off walking, and I'm just thinking to myself, whoa, I'm not really getting very close there. And I had a big case on me as well, so it was horrible. I ended up running about 2 miles with this huge case on me, and I wasn't very fit at the time either. And if you ever watch the footage on YouTube, when I walk in about 8 minutes late, I'm panting and I'm all red and I'm ripping all my hoodies off. Oh, it was not good. But then I had a good start to the day. I think that when we went onto the final table, I had a really good player on my left who had also had chips, Matt Erdley, and that really hampered my chances of winning that tournament. I thought I navigated the final table pretty well, but him just having a position on me was very, very difficult, because he was just able to put a lot of ICM leverage on me, and that was always going to be a tough one to win. But yeah, I was happy.
Always remember you were coming into the casino. You just look like you've done a week out with Bear Grylls.
Honestly, it was bad. It's but it's my own fault. I won't do that again.
But 2019, as we've just seen, it was an amazing year. A record for GUKPT main event final tables. 6 25-25 series final tables back to back.
Yeah,
three deep stack finals, 5 GUKPT PLO cashes from the 5 that you played. Rich, there's no wonder you ended up as Grosvenor 2019 Player of the Year.
No, it was from the get-go. It just snowballed. It was just an incredible heater. What more can I say? I don't know. People have been asking me a lot recently about how I did go deep in so many, and it's sort of the only answer that I can give really is my game sort of designed to play against. So I obviously my main background is playing online tournaments, so I'm sort of well equipped to deal with like the young kids and the GTO, and I know how to counter them. But it's the 10 years experience of looking the local players in the eyes in the casino and knowing what makes them tick, and it just allows you to have 3 or 4 extra lives in some spots, because there's hands where I'll just know one of the older guys I just know he's absolutely got it, and I'll be able to sort of get away from this spot where I should never get away. Whereas these young kids will just walk into the casino, they'll play a hand, and they think, oh, it's standard to get it in here. And it just allowed me to have 3 or 4 more lives in a lot of those tournaments last year. It was sort of crazy how I was getting away from some of the spots, really.
Was it true that when you played the online leg?
Yeah.
You was chip leader in every time you went through?
Not in every one, but I was doing really, really well in the online legs. It was becoming a bit of a running joke how well I was running.
It's not bad when people recognise that Rich Kelly's got chips. Yeah, he played day 1 online. That's all he's done.
Yeah, and that was great for me as well, not having to go to go around and play. I think the online day ones being introduced was a brilliant idea.
Well, we carried it on straight to 2020. You went. Was you back in Australia for the winter?
I wasn't actually back in. I usually go every winter, and I live with my friend over there, and we play for a cricket club over there, and I've got lots of friends over there at the cricket club. So I usually go over there for a few months, but this time I ended up losing my passport around November time, and it was an awful process then, because I've lost so many over the years. They were interviewing me and I wasn't sure if I was going to get one, but I managed to get one, and I flew over there on Boxing Day, spent some time with my friends over New Year, and then I went to and then I was in Melbourne for the Aussie Millions.
The side events. The $96,000 first place, 403 runners. Was that including bounties, or was that excluding?
It was $141,000 including bounties. So, yeah, I think I got $139,000 as the main prize and 2,000 in bounties. And I was heads up against like an Aussie poker legend called the Crocodile Man. And he had everybody. Like I had a few friends who I obviously living in Australia every winter. I know quite a few Aussies and stuff, and they'd come over and say like, good luck, and I had a few English friends over, but like his support was just unbelievable in the heads up, and we played heads up for 5 or 6 hours. So he'd have like Shane Warne coming over like, come on Crocky, and Joe Hasham would come over and be like, come on Crocky. But I managed to, he started the heads up with about 3-1 chip lead, and I managed to again grind it back and won my first, I'd say probably my most significant poker win and my Aussie Millions ring,
And then 2020 stopped, and we went in lockdown, and we grew a beard, and how strange has it been for you?
The first couple of months were I don't know. I think that. Even it's like lots of my friends and things, when they were all locked in the house, they started doing Zoom calls with their friends, and they were like, oh, we're having a poker game. So like poker became massive, and I'd say 50% of my friends who had never played poker had started playing at this point, or playing at home with their friends and online and things. For the first 2 months, I was absolutely loving it. I was playing all the time. The games were brilliant. I was like, yeah, lockdown. And like people were getting really negative about it, but I was kind of embracing it. The first ever GUKPT was played online, and I ended up going into I was chip leader on the final table of that one. Would you believe? And I ended up busting out in fourth. And got £9,000. I ran a huge bluff with 6 left that I would never try again. I don't think. Live and learn. And then so for the first 2 months, I was putting in absolutely insane volume, and I was playing probably on average 12, 13 hours a day. But then I was struggling to sleep because when you play so much online, 10, 12, 13 hours a day, your brain's so active, battling against the best players in the world. So your brain's so active. So when I was finishing my sessions, my brain's whizzing, and I couldn't sleep very well. I was struggling to switch off. So yeah, in the last 6 weeks or something, I've not played as much. I'm just playing a little bit of cash games here and there, and then in a week or two, the World Series of Poker Online starts. So I'm sort of just doing a bit of studying and getting ready for that, really.
Nice one. We're going to just about to finish, but we've got some quick fire questions. You can answer them as quickly as you want to, or you can elongate them if you need to.
Okay.
Live or online? What's your best?
Ooh, well, people would always think for me live, but I would say that primarily I'm an online poker player.
Best player you've played against?
Best player I've played against? I've got to say Doyle Brunson.
We've seen you've had a royal flush on our feature tables. How many rolls have you had in your career?
Right, so I would say about between 25 and 30, but I remember having, when I was playing in Australia, when I was grinding those leaderboards, I had 3 in 1 week, and it was crazy. To get 3 in 1 week's mental, because you won in 221,000 or something to get one, I think.
Money or the title?
I would always have in the past said money, but I quite liked my Australia Aussie Millions ring when it was. I don't know. Maybe it's because I won it there though. I'd say in the main money though.
And who's your nemesis at the poker table?
My nemesis at the table. Wow.
Yes.
Nemesis at the table.
There can't be one. You've been so good.
I'm trying to think of my nemesis at the table. We'll say Steve Warburton, because me and him were always like sort of rivals in the Manchester area coming up. So yeah, and he used to have my number as well. He was like Simon Dedman. He used to be able to look me up and down and just know when I was bluffing and when I had it.
Favorite place to play?
It's got to be Melbourne, Australia, at the Crown Casino.
Rich, what's next?
Well, I don't know. I've started. I'm still passionate about poker, but maybe not as passionate as I was last year. Like I was really going at it hammer and tongs last year. Yeah, I do a little bit of trading and things in the day now, so I definitely want to branch out into doing different things. But yeah, I'm still passionate about poker, and will still, in the meantime, continue to travel and play all these tournaments when we're allowed to play again. But yeah, I've started doing a little bit of coaching. It wasn't something that I agreed with really ethically in the past, because I was sort of the opinion, why would you want to make your opponents any better? Like, that's not going to be good for you. But with all the free information out there on YouTube and all these coaching sites now, and even Poker News now, the strategy articles are very advanced. I felt that maybe it wouldn't be so bad to do a bit. So yeah, I've always sort of helped my friends. Like there's a lot of my friends who have helped improve a lot in poker. So yeah, I'm going to be doing a bit more of that. It sort of helps put a bit of structure in my day as well, planning my sessions and then delivering them. So, but yeah, there's I mean, with all the study and traveling and everything else, it's a busy enough schedule anyway.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
I'd probably employ better bankroll management, but I mean, at the time, I always think any decision that I've ever made, I thought it was the right thing to do at the time. It may not have been on further reflection, but no, I'm pretty happy that I'm certainly happy with how I've managed to do it in the last couple of years, in the last 2 or 3 years for sure.
Mr. Champion, Rich Kellett, thank you very much for spending an hour with the tower. Rich, thanks.
Okay. See you later.
Welcome to another hour with the tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays a circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kellett.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say, do look a bit like Zach. Yeah,
you know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kellett has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that with the deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club, and yeah, it just went from there really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire.
Nice.
And we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall, where they play the darts. Now we used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they.
Oh, I hate this rail. Oh, sorry.
We can speak.
We're back.
We are back. That is a full chip count. That's impressive. Well done to PK for getting us that full exact chip count. Amazing. Pick your winner out of that lot, ladies and gentlemen.
Tom Hall's at the top, but the three players behind him, Gilly, Francis and Anthony, they can play a very aggressive style. So we've got some notables at the top of the pack there. Anthony Gardner up there as well.
Rav Catrick, Kev Allen, James Rant,
Brian's up to
Bixie.
160 after buying in today.
Andy back, still in, the Spand. They are some great names, I tell you.
And Usman Al-Haq, who came in as the shortest stack of the day, is
He's still the short stack.
Yeah, he's still the short stack. Had like 11k, I believe, to start the day, Tower, but he's still amongst it.
Les Kearney down to 30, Leon Campbell on 30, John Adley on 28, Matt Bushell down to 33. All needing a bit of help. Johnny Kelly's on 60. Mr. Pineapple Man, Chris Vernon on 70. Shall we do it again?
Yep, let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
A featured table for the next session. Next 2 hours of poker. 1's going to be Chris G, 2 is Leon Campbell, 3 Colin Pallington, 4 Dan Stacey, 6 Usman Al-Haq, 7 is Woody, 8 Jonathan Lemon, and at 9 is Matt Davenport. And we got a token to give away, Tower.
Haven't we?
A nice little £110 closer seat.
Whoa, delicious.
And first time, we're going to have an all-in and a call. Matt Davenport going to be at risk. He's got Matt Bushell's picture.
Matt Bushell getting more cred. Love it.
Saved me, don't he?
So does Matt Davenport survive against Chris G? Yes.
Oh yeah.
At this moment in time.
Just the one out now. For Chris. Queen of clubs. Only way we're going to survive here. Well,
Queen of clubs is the only way.
In the pot. Matt going to double up on the 2 of diamonds river. So nice little start for Matt Davenport of the session. Doubles up with the ace queen suited. Unfortunate for Chris, although he can afford to take the hit with his stack size. So what we're going to do, Tower?
Go on then.
We are going to do this competition via Twitter.
Yes.
It's as simple as you've just got to tweet in with a chip count, 1 guess per person. If it's multiple guesses, DQ. I will be throwing out the DQs.
Get out of town, DQ.
It's as easy as guessing the biggest stack at the end of the day. You put in a chip count, so 800,000, 1.5 million, whatever you want to put in.
They're the stacks at the moment. If you want a bit of a look, if you want to see how many, we'll try and work it out. There was 72 at the break, 73.
And I'm going to throw in a little bonus prize as well, if it happens, because it's very unlikely to happen. If you want to tweet the stack size that you think is going to be the chip lead and the name next to it, who's going to have the chip leader, if the closest person to the chip lead stack size guesses the stack and the name of the chip leader,
he'll buy into the World Series main event.
I'm going to throw him a 5% free roll of the main event action in Irish Open.
No way.
It's unlikely to happen because of all the names left in the field at the moment. But if you guess a stack and a name next to it, whoever gets the biggest stack will win the token. And then if that person also guesses a name that is the chip leader, I'm going to throw you a little 5% free roll of my main event action in Ireland. So that is what we're going to do for the giveaway. £110 voucher will definitely be given away. Very unlikely, but it would be great if someone did get the stack and the name right at the end of the day.
Can I guess?
Yeah, you can guess, Tower. You can guess. But that's the giveaway. I will keep saying about it this session. We are only going to run it for the 2 hours. So after this session, you cannot tweet in. So you've got 2 hours to get your tweets in, and at the end of the day, we will confirm a winner. Handles for Twitter, tag both myself and the Tower with your guess and with the player's name.
So all 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. is the cut-off time. Yep. 8 p.m.
So you got till 8 to get your tweets in. Everyone, chance of winning a 110 voucher that would definitely be given out. And if you are lucky enough, I know it's very unlikely to be able to guess the stack plus the player's name. I'll give you a little 5% free roll, and just to let you know, it's not that you have to get the stack spot on. Say if you guess 990,000 and someone bags up 975,000 in your closest, you will win the token. And then if you get the name right as well, I'll also throw you that 5% free roll for the main event in Ireland. So Jack 9-8 is the flop. With 2 clubs, so a bit of action here. We've got Woody with top pair, top kicker, and Colin here is up and down with the ace 10, so you're going to see some chips put in the middle here. Woody happy to continue here with the ace jack, but Colin can't be going anywhere here with his up and down straight draw, and still overcards the board. No hearts on the turn. This might slow Woody down a lot of the time, this 9. Like Colin is going to have some 9-10 suited, 8-9 suited, maybe even Queen 9 suited and Ace 9 suited, calling out the small blind here. So love this check here from Woody. King of clubs on the river. So Woody will take this one if it does get to showdown. But we saw a lot from Colin yesterday, and the man does like to put a bluff in now and again. And firing here for 15.5k. Can credibly have a flush in this spot, as well as some 9x that would also value bet. Flop straights are going to be in there with Queen 10. Pocket 8's another value hand he can have. So this is actually a really tough spot here for Woody, and I wouldn't be surprised if he let this one go, Tower, unless he's aware of how Colin plays. Very aggressive yesterday, putting a lot of river bluffs, but just... yeah, I agree with the fold there from Woody. We can see he had the best hand, but we don't really beat too much other than like the 10x, which has to probably be exactly ace 10, because king 10 gets there as well. Queen 10 was the flop straight, so very hard to find the hero there as Woody, and can definitely get behind the fold, although it was incorrect on this occasion. I think more often than not that's going to be the right laydown.
Level 15 of the tournament.
You are? Would prefer me to raise.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're just going to be running this one on Twitter. It does only take a few seconds to make an account. Literally, you can just go to the website, create an account, and you're in. The handles for Tower and I are down the bottom right there. I'm going to leave them up there for a few more seconds for those that are entering the giveaway. It's for a £110 closer seat, and then in a rare occasion you might also get a little 5% free roll of action.
Sweet.
Chris happy to open ace-8 off in the hijack. Call from Colin on the button with the suited king jack of diamonds, and Esmond in the big blind here. Very short, only with 7 big blinds. Thinking about whether to invest another big to potentially catch a piece and go with. Lets it go.
Seven, 8, 5. Top pair for Chris G in seat number 1.
Happy to check call here.
What does that mean about your account? It's being protected or something?
Yeah, I'm literally just doing it now, Tower.
Are you have you got to make it open to everybody or something?
I'm about to do it now. Notice.
Chris says, are you trying to bluff me? Yes.
Hello everyone, it should be okay now.
Oh, great call. What a lovely call that is. That was pure class from Chris. Sorted, apparently.
Yeah, all sorted. I'm not on private anymore.
Okay.
So should be good for everyone to go. Get your guesses in for the giveaway. I'll take those away. I'll mention it again in another 20 minutes or so for those that are tuning in a bit later after the dinner break. But good luck to everyone putting your guesses in for the token. We are going to be concentrating on the main event. Usman blind on blind here, all in with the Jack 3 suited, and Woody has to call this off with a pair. And Usman's going to see the bad news that he is in a dominated spot.
Absolutely.
Going to go hunting for Jacks to stay alive.
Needs a Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
Or we lose one.
Running clubs is the other option, or running 7 queen would also work. Oh, well, there's the queen. So 7 now and out as well for Usman. And it's a deuce wrong board pair for him. And we lose Usman Al-Haq.
Remember, he started this session with 72. And then we lost Tito Everstrave, Les Kearney, Chris Vernon, Pineapple Uddy. He's lost chunks, he's out. And Usman Ulak, as we've just seen on our table, which means we are on 68. 14 off the money.
There we are, cheers for that, Mick. Put a nice little command in for us on Twitch for the giveaway. The command is in. So good luck to everyone tweeting in your guesses. You've got 2 hours to get them in. The competition closes at 8, and then obviously when we finish up around 1 in the morning, we will announce the winner when we round up at the end of the day.
Left 54, get the money. Will it be this session when we hit the bubble?
How many we got left, Tower? 67?
68.
68.
68. 54, get the cash. Running across the bottom, the prize ticket of what these guys are playing for.
turn card this. Dan didn't choose to continue here with his flush draw on the flop. And once more checks on the turn, just because we're up against big blind range. Going to win that one with the 10-7 of spades. Yeah, I'll plug it in now, Mick, actually. That's a good shout. Let everyone know that it's ending at 8 PM. There are plenty of guesses coming in for the giveaway on Twitter. Good to see everyone getting involved. Good luck to you all. Ace 2 of diamonds for Chris under the gun. Opens to 6.5. Not out the way, winning. Ace 4 off, nursing his short stack.
Downstairs, coming in for a raise. Looks like it's a 20.
Yeah, nice little choice of 3-bet bluff hand from Dan. Good hand selection, good sizing. And Ace Deuce of diamonds going to come back round to Chris. Just gets out of the way. Nice pick up there from Dan with the worst of it. Well played him. Leon ace 9 under the gun, in it goes for sure. 7 bigs here for Leon. We haven't got enough chips to fold and try and get in the money with still 14 players to go, so has to go in surely here for Mr. Campbell.
No, just a big raise.
Yeah, it's effective all in. He's left his small chips behind. Leave himself 7k back. Nice little pick up there for Leon, up to 30 now.
Chat box has been quiet because Brad's at Wembley. Gone to Wembley, hasn't he, to watch England. You were saying yesterday. Don't know whether to watch England get beat at cricket or football. Is it that bad, Apocalypse? Is it that bad? We heard they were losing 1-0. What kind of team have you got out? Good one? Bad one? Average?
Don't know. I haven't really followed international.
I know, but to be fair, I don't stop in and watch England, so I wouldn't stop. I certainly wouldn't stop and watch an England friendly.
Oh, is it a friendly?
Yeah. Well, I think it's a friendly. Is it a friendly or is it Euros on the World Cup qualifiers? I have no idea. It's a pants team, says Hoddle Bodkins. So I'm guessing it's a friendly. Chris, who's just made that great call, now has a legitimate ace king.
There's 80% of a royal between them. Colin with the Queen Jack of Spades, not going to be going anywhere here in the big blind. Happy to defend.
Yep. Doesn't really want to see spades, as we can see.
10-9 deuce 2 spades.
That's a lot of paint.
Yeah.
King, king, queen.
And bottom versus big blind here. Going to be some action. Chris here flopping trips, nut kicker. Just going to be loving this.
Just running queens. That's going to have straight draws as well.
And 20% pot continued from Chris. Chooses the 5th sizing, which is perfectly fine with our hand on this board. Colin happy to call here with the Queen Jack, where he is drawing almost dead. 5 of clubs on the turn, which means now he is drawing dead. And once we get called on the flop here, as Chris, we're definitely going to get another streak from a queen. Obviously a king you've just called, so happy to continue firing here as Chris. Going to have to call again, I think tower.
And he does. So the pot brewing. And Chris has already got more paint. It's a jack. The jack's irrelevant. Colin checks. Chris will fire again for about 40. Well, a bit bigger. 55.
Goes really large here, close the pot, 90%-ish. And the thing is, these type of spots, when we call, like, fine to call the second barrel, but then we got to think about what Chris is thinking about our range tower. And if Chris is sitting here and we've called twice, he's going to be worried about a king. So I like this decision from Colin just to get out of the way, because we can plausibly have a king here as well. And it's like, hold on a minute, I've called you twice, I can have a king in this spot and you're still firing. And we see him make the correct lay down there.
Very nice indeed. Very nice indeed.
How are we doing the loofah on YouTube? Rooting for Leon. Mike, for the giveaway, it's via Twitter. You can't post your guess on YouTube. It's got to be via Twitter. You need to tag both myself and the tower with your guess and the player name that you think will bag up the chip lead. So if you don't have a Twitter account, they literally only take a few seconds to make. So just make one for the giveaway if you want to get yourself involved. Plenty up for grabs. £110 closer ticket. And potentially 12.5k if we run well. That would be a story.
Absolutely. Evening, Kev Blowett. Sat down with a glass of Merlot. He's probably made a Thai curry, watching the football, live stream on the laptop. Bish bash bosh, living the dream. We'll run it across the bottom of the screen for you, Swindon. Scroll across the bottom is the payout structure.
Yeah, 54 places paid. Now Woody going to fire another barrel here. Love this on this King of Clubs turn. Really nice from him. It's not going to work, but love the line. More often than not, we're just going to start folding out some 5x, 4x, and we can start setting up some free barrels against some Jack X that start to get sticky. But Dan, obviously, with 2 pair, has a hand that's just not going to be going anywhere in this particular scenario. Woody can find a King, Jack, or 7 to take this, but it is the 10 of spades. Goes check, check, 7s for Woody, and Dan with the 2 pair.
Incoming.
That's a big bag.
That is one hell of a rucksack. What's in that? Worldly possessions. That is a rucksack, that isn't it? We've lost another 5.
5?
I'm not being funny, but we've lost another 5.
Does that mean we're down to 63?
It does. We've lost Ash McKay. We've lost Matt Busham. We've lost Twanley. We have lost Johnny Kelly. And we have just lost Ty White. Which means we're down to 63. Getting closer to the money.
Tony, you need a guess as well. It's not just the chip leader. We need a guess for the amount of chips that you think. These were the chip counts at the last break.
Go on, Tony. So sort it out.
We want to guess what you think the chip leader is going to bag up. So probably around 1 million. Usually that sort of mark end of day 2. And then a guess of who you think it's going to be. So close the ticket going to whoever guesses the closest to the chip lead. And then if you're the person that closest guesses to the chip lead, and you've guessed the right name, and then you get yourself the little 5% free roll. Jonathan with the ace queen here off of 17 big blinds, happy to raise to 6k. It's 1 big or 2 big blinds less, probably would have just open ripped. Happy to make it 6k to go. And James in the big blind here.
And don't forget, as we hit day 3, you can have a little punt on your favourite player on Grosvenor Sport as well.
So not much for either player. On this board. Go either way here as Jonathan opts to continue for 5.5, and James with the King Deuce just got to let this one go. What goes the way of Jonathan?
Half an hour into this session.
10-9 here, perfectly fine to open once folded 2 on the bottom. Dan?
In the half an hour, we've lost 9 players.
Raise and take for him, Woody not getting involved. No, Sir CBP on Twitch, guesses on Twitter for the giveaway. guesses on Twitter for the giveaway. Tag Tower and I with your guess and the name of the player that you think is going to bag up the chip lead, as well as their stack size. Leon here, all in here, under the gun at +2, Queen 9 suited, 7.5 bigs. Happy to go with this.
Leon's in, and the Queen 9. Muddy with the ace high and the small blind. Not really got the stack to call. And Jonathan will be flicking it away as well. Colin with the jacks, entertainers with the jacks yesterday.
Oh yes, first hand at second hand of the day, wasn't it? Raises to 12k. I doubt he's going to play them as aggressively with 2 overcards if they're out there, Tower, this close to the money as he did at the start of day 1 yesterday. Jonathan here has to let the King 10 off go in the small, and Matt with the King 3 off. Out the way. Ace Queen of Clubs to Leon, under the gun. In they go. James isn't calling this for 10 bigs, ace 8 off. Dwelled for a second. Let it go. Jonathan out of the way. Matt Davenport in the small. Going to be seeing a bit of this from Matt now with his stack size, mixing in some tanks because we are approaching the money. We're down to 63 players now, guys. Get that updated top right very shortly. So 9 players until we're in the money. So we'll see some tanking like this. Chris not balling with the A6. See what we got coming up, Tower, in 2022.
Where are we going?
This is Up to the Goliath in August.
All the blue ones we will be streaming, and the red one as well. Only one G400. Ah, Berryhill Road's in green. Different.
And Coventry in yellow down here.
Yes. It's all trying to confuse me. That's all it's doing. That's all it does. Good luck when you play Portsmouth and Newcastle in the 25-25s in May. Coventry and Didsbury, the deep stacks the same weekend. Coventry 25-25, Leeds 25-25, and Liverpool have got a deep stack in May. June is looking busy as well. Berryhill Road, which is here with the G400. Hill Street's in Birmingham. Reading South, Glasgow, plenty going on. Where all the blue ones and the red will be there.
And with King Jack weighs into 6.5, and James happy to pill the King 10 suited with position on the opener. Ace-8 for Matt on the button. And Matt's not calling here tower, just same as before. Probably going to take 20-30 seconds now with every decision. It's the norm now in live poker when we're this close to the money. Just tanking, hoping that there's some bust outs on some out of tables, taking a bit more time. Chris is in the small with the ace jack. Leon not defending in the big blind. Three-way action. Some action flops with these holdings as well, potentially. Ah, okay. Was a graphic error. Free bet from Chris, not a flat, to 30k with the ace jack out the small blind, and Chris going to get the job done. Nice little squeeze from him there. Nice hand to do it with. Takes it down. Well played, Chris.
So good luck in the Twitter competition, ladies and gentlemen. A nice little touch from Jay as well.
Yeah, was 5% of nothing, Tower.
Well, what's 5% of $500,000?
Yeah,
potentially.
Well, like be about $250,000 up top, you reckon? 12.5 bag potentially for winning the giveaway today.
And don't forget, you need the player who's going to be chip leader and the chip count as well. I like how Martin Ward has 2 guesses, edging his bets a little.
That's DQ.
I think chip leader will be Anthony Gardner with 1.4 million, or Tom Hall with the same amount.
He can only
or Rich Kellett with the same amount.
He can only win the token now. Jonathan with ace queen opens off of his 18 big blinds, and Colin calling here with the 6-5 in the big, and ace queen still best on 8-3-3 2 hearts board. We're probably happy to continue a fair amount here as Jonathan only really ever getting continues from some 8x 3x and heart draws. Don't need to go large either, 4 or 5k, somewhere around that remit. Just a quick fold from Jonathan. As much as I love Tom Hall,
Yeah.
I think 90% of guesses so far put Tom Hall as their guess for chip leader. So if he finishes chip leader, there's a very good chance that someone will get the old 5% free roll.
Evening, Emily. Love you too. Hope you're well. Was Ryan out?
No, he's in. He bought in today. He's got
Bought in
about
today.
160k.
Oh, has he really? Oh, run like Mandara.
Day 2 spin up.
Free Ryan Mandara. I'm telling you, baby.
Emily's probably got the stream open in one tab and online shopping in the other. As we're getting close to the money.
You got it.
How are we doing, the Loop Star? Good evening on Twitch. Blind on blind here. Colin might just give Dan a walk with the 6 deuce and does.
Update, he's got 200k and Emily's going out on the 10. Glammed up, all dressed up, raring to go into town.
Just in case you're actually looking that you're watching the live game, it's about live.
Are you in Birmingham?
No, she's not with Alice today.
All right. Enjoy wherever you go, Emily. Enjoy the night.
You got your wife watching?
Out in Cov. Enjoy. A lot of people will be out today with the weather. It's been beautiful today. We are 9 off the money.
King Prayer clubs for Chris. Raises to 6.5 in the hijack. And 10-9 off here for James. Easy one to defend. Ace, free, rainbow board. What a flop for Chris. Flopping trip freeze here. Just choosing to continue. James not going to be going anywhere from the looks of things here. Facing this 4KC bet. Surely we have to fold the 10-9 here versus the opener. Chris going to have all the ace-x here. Wow, so James is going to float. Maybe with thinking about bluffing river if turn goes check check. 7 of hearts on the turn. Float into lead and timed it really poorly because he's running into the trip freeze of Chris. But it's not only that, it's a board which Chris is going to have a whole host of ace-x here, and it's not going to work versus these particular holdings. I'm guessing what James is thinking is we just start folding out all the random king highs, queen highs that are going to continue on this board. And Chris, with such a monster and under-repped as well, our opponent probably doesn't expect us to have a free, should just be flatting. I expect, no, he chose to raise now, and he's going to lose his customer. With position, we can still try and get our value versus an ace. The times that James checks river, we're going to be able to raise a free as well. The times that James has the worst 3x. So maybe we can flat there. I guess 4 or 5 of hearts, like hand like that does turn double gut shot, and heart draw, which was a will draw on the flop. James tried to make a play, didn't work out.
Yeah. Was he raising just because he thought James had gone ace and wasn't folding?
Yeah, but I think sometimes, like, even the weak ace-x might even fold if we raise there. So, like, just keep our range a bit more under-repped. As soon as we start raising there as Chris, does become a lot more condensed, because expect us just to flat with our aces, because James is supposed to have more frees than us in that situation.
Leeson says Southcliffe was great yesterday for golf. What views? Fantastic. Glad you enjoyed Scarborough. I can imagine the views at Southcliffe yesterday with the sun blurting out. Was absolutely amazing. How did you play? More to the point. Get the sticks out, Weather. You're not wrong, Trozen, eh? Not wrong at all.
Wouldn't mind being on the golf course this weekend at all.
Is the Kelster still in? Says Matt Mazzaro. Yes, he is. Rich Kelly is still in. We are 9 off the money.
Open from Chris, 8-6 suited, and Leon here with the King Queen. Chris has been really active, so if I'm Leon here, I might even just take this spot for 10 bigs over the Open with the King Queen because of how active Chris has actually been here. And there's the all-in from Leon, like it a lot. Good hand selection to do it with, but we've run into it behind us.
Colin.
And Colin's asking for a count, but not going to be going anywhere. Should just see Colin call here. Doubt he's going to ISO for what is just 49 big blinds. John on Twitter's gone one step further. He's guessed the amount of chips, the player that it's going to be, and the amount of players left. If you get all 3 of them right, John. Good luck to everyone. It would be great.
How close do you have to be with a chip count?
So whoever's closest. So if someone, if the chip leader bags up 980k and the closest guest is 1.1 million, then that's fine. And then if that 1.1 million guest has also got the name right, then boom,
like it.
They win the lot.
Like it. So the Ace Queen has called. Leon is at risk. Head down. Sees the bad news. Needs to hit King running straightening cards. Ten, 5-3, as dry as it comes. The Jack for sweats, maybe. A 9. It's not.
Gonna need a king.
It is down to one of the kings in the deck, or we lose Leon Campbell. And Leon Campbell has been eliminated. Leon Campbell out in 60th place. Connor Healy stood there, he's just seen, he was just eliminated as well. Osan Ajbiri has also gone, and Tim Hicklin, which means we're on 59. Leeson shot 91 on a brand new course. Very good indeed. Well done, sir. Well done indeed. So we're on 59, that means 5 off the money. We are indeed, Sabre Abbas, we are getting close to the money.
Has the bubble ever gone level 15?
No.
I don't think it has.
No. It has not gone level 15. I was surprised the first time when you said it's going to go in level 16. I was like, no, it's not. And it did. And it did. I was like, really?
New structure, when the new structure was there, and especially when big blind antes came into play as well. Get more hands dealt throughout the day, so naturally you're going to lose more players throughout the day. James with 90 here, making it 7k.
Leeson played today on Sutton near me, shot an 86. Is that Sutton who's going to Wembley to lose against Rotherham United? Is that the Sutton?
Jonathan here, I'm just going to rip this one for 20 bigs, just sub. And there's the shove, and that should be a pretty quick call from James here.
No way is Alan Oakley watching on the beach in Florida.
What a life, Alan.
Living the dream. Alan Oakley, how good is that, man?
Yeah, this is a snap tower.
I want a picture.
I have to call nines here. It's button versus big blind.
Yes.
Nines are just fist pump.
Yeah.
Fist pump, get it in.
Yeah.
And big shock that James let this one go.
Me too.
This is pretty easy decision.
Is it because it's 5 off the money that might be going through?
Yeah, maybe, but still, like Jonathan, good enough. He'll shove 8s here. He'll shove 7s, 6s, 5s. He might even have some like suited wheel aces in there.
Yeah.
A lot of the time we may be flipping, but the other thing I will say, he's probably not going to shove aces and kings. They're probably going to be flats. So this just makes 9s a clear call.
Yeah.
And we're going to be off to the races, flipping near the money.
Positions are 9s. Positions are 9s for the dealer as well. James Parker with the 9s. Jonathan Lemon squeezing. Squeezing.
Where did you get this material from? Just fading a 9.
There we go, double up. Boom. The ace king. Just a big double up.
Yeah, Jonathan Lemon back in the mix. Surely going to be on the right side of the money now with this stack. Up to 42 big blinds. Odin Gandhi.
Afternoon, Donna. Hi, Tower and Jay. Chat's quiet tonight. Someone must have banged his head and gone against a brick wall. He's at Wembley.
Yeah.
He's gone to watch England play at Wembley. Hope you well, Donna, and Mick the mod as well.
Yeah, nearly at the money. It's just gone so quick.
And Alan Oakley is sat watching the live stream on the beach in Florida. That doesn't get much better. Good luck if you are on Twitter guessing for a £110 token. Is the £110 token for the chip count?
Yeah, £110 token for the chip count.
Yeah.
The person that wins that token is then the only person that can potentially win the 5% if they've also guessed the player's name right.
Love it.
That is how it works. What we'll do after this hand, we'll bring up chip counts for those of you that have just tuned in from the dinner break. You've got just over an hour to get your guesses in on Twitter. Potentially win 12.5 grand. Doing a giveaway for people. Get yourself involved, Cara. You got to make you got to guess the chip counts and the player that's going to be the chip leader at the end of the day.
I know people. I'm winning that. That's mine.
King 10 of hearts for Colin raises to 8.5, veering towards the 3x open size, and Woody here on the button with the King Queen off. That is why Woody folds, a bit too large of an open from Colin, but does get a better hand to fold, and action going to be on Matt Davenport here with the 8-5 off in the big blind, who just lets that one go. So these were the chip counts and the names left in at the dinner break. One of those names will be the chip leader at the end of the day, but more importantly, you need to guess the chip count. So tweet in, Tower and I, the chip count that you think is going to bag up the chip lead. If you also get the name right, then you also get the 5% free roll in the main event at Ireland or myself, but someone will definitely win the £110 closer ticket for Monday, 25k guarantee on that tournament.
I didn't realise Tim Trugan got up to 185 as well.
He span it back up, didn't he, on the featured?
Some good names there. Some good names. Like it. Good afternoon, John. Great stream. Thank you very much indeed. Hope you are enjoying. I don't suppose you're in Florida, are you? Sat on the beach watching the live stream. What life? Living the dream.
Colin King Queen this time makes it 7k, and Dan happy to flat the King Queen suited on his direct left.
These chip counts are from an hour ago. They were the chip counts at the dinner break. So as you can see there's 5 minutes left of the first level after the dinner break. That's where the chip counts were from. That's the only updated chip counts anybody will see. And at 8 o'clock, obviously, at that time we've still got 4 hours of play. So anything can happen to any chip. It's not even looking in the top 5 chip stacks, because 4 hours playing poker is a long time. Well, it'd be lovely to see you, Mehmet. Hopefully you'll be in the UK next year playing 1 or 2 of the GUKPT main events. If not, we'll just come to Cyprus to come and see you. I can't see why not.
Never been to Cyprus.
We're off to Abu Dhabi. I've never been to Cyprus. I've been to Greece. I've been to Turkey. I've not been to. Never been to Cyprus.
So Dan, really nice from him here. Just targeting a weaker player and floating in position with king high, and then knowing once Colin checks we can take this away from him, and picks it up in a chop situation. Well played from Dan. Sabria, unfortunately not. The only way to get yourself that little 5 ball would be to enter the competition and be lucky enough to guess the chip count and the name. That would be the only way, unfortunately.
They play poker in Cyprus. There's festivals going on and all. Sort the planes out, man. Get on that sky scanner thingy, malarkey. Find out when it is. Is it on Poker Atlas? Have a look. Find out when it is. We'll go. We'll take his camera. We'll go vlogging. It's amazing. They play poker in Cyprus. Why did you not know this? It's 30 degrees in the middle of summer. God, I need a new sidekick. These places we should be on the way to. I can't believe it.
Got a busy schedule this year, Tower. I've got
Yeah,
a lot
put
to
Cyprus
fit
in
in.
it. I know, you're going to be here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, go on.
You know when you complained about paying your mum board when you weren't there? You know when you're paying your rent in Birmingham and you don't live there?
Yeah.
Is that going to be the same?
Yeah,
Ring
basically.
landlord up and say, now then, I'm not here for next month, can I have it for now? Flush draw for Dan. Dan Stacey first met Dan at the MPN. It was in, I think that was actually in Prague, the MPN. Well, the final table. We're done.
Yeah, so Colin flop top pair here, chose to donk. Dan called, Colin then leading turn. Dan called off picking up nut flush draw 2 overs, and the 10-9 of Colin going to be the best of it.
James in 6 with the 2s, raises to 6. He's got 75,000 back.
Yeah, I think at this stage we can potentially fold the 2s. Some players will be happy to open them, some will fold. I think it's going to be a mixture of dependent on who it is. James feels comfortable enough to open the 2s, but this is the problem of our stack size on the bubble, and especially if you're at a good table, players can just punish you knowing that we're this close to the money and put in some light free bets. Really nice hand selection here from Jonathan. As always say, the king queen, a nice one to do it with. And James, I thought he was going to shove then. He done like the pump, like he was going to move all the chips in. Like I honestly thought he fooled me for a second there, James. Didn't fool Jonathan though, didn't even react. And with the deuces here, just have to get out of the way. But to prevent this from happening, obviously we can just fold pre, save ourselves 2 bigs. Like that 2 bigs is effectively another orbit. Wow, is James called?
He has.
It's a bit leaky, tower. This is
10 jack 6, all spades. It's like set mining at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's like opening, I guess, is fine. Like if you feel comfortable. Personally, I'd probably just muck, but a lot of, well, not a lot, but some players will open the deuces. But then once we're faced with this free bet and we're this close to the money, just want to preserve our stack. Like before this hand, we'd probably lock over a min cash if we play our stack right as James, but now we're going to be in a bit of a danger zone after this hand, unless there's somehow it comes the offsuit deuce on the river. River in the second nuts. And now clear value bet. Try and hope that James has got like 9s with the 9 of spades or 8s with the 8 of spades, perhaps we can get value from. And blinds have gone up, so next session going to be going into the 2k 4k level. So you got an hour to get your guesses in, guys, on Twitter. That means this is just going to go bet folds. Not much to say about this hand. And hour to get your guesses in for the giveaway on Twitter. There's the handles that you want to be tweeting with your stat guess for the end of the day. Win yourself £110 voucher.
I'll let you off.
You let me off?
Yeah.
What have I done?
The Medic Poker Festival in Cyprus is this weekend.
Oh, it's this weekend, so I can't go.
You can't go.
Why not?
There's a 3k tomorrow.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh, is that 3k sterling?
Dollars.
Dollars.
I don't know which dollars. Is it Cyprus dollars? I don't know what it is. Yeah, finishes Monday, March 28th. Main event final day is on Monday. Might be able to buy it to final day. We will. The Medic Poker. So Northern Cyprus host poker tournaments. There you go. Yeah, this one's for Twitter. The last one was obviously open for everybody. There will be a couple more tomorrow, I'm sure. I'm sure Jay will get in touch with the online guys and get a couple of tokens handed out during the day. Don't forget the closers on Monday. Satellites for Goliath running every day. What's the details for the seniors tomorrow? Starts at 1 o'clock pesky. You have to be 50 or over to play the comp. There's usually about between 80 and 100 runners. You start with 20,000. It's on the 30-minute clock, and it runs. It's £150 in. There you go. And late reg is for 4 levels, so till 3:15. the 200 pounder, got 129 runners. The side event. Well done, one and all. 129 runners.
And that just sets James in there with the ace jack, and James makes a good laydown with the ace 10, was in a dominated spot.
Yeah, there'll be more for the chat box tomorrow. We've done one for the chat box, we've done one for Twitter. We're doing a couple more tomorrow for...
The only reason I do it via Twitter, guys, because if you all put your guesses in the chat box, it makes it so hard for us, because we've got to write down everyone's name, we've got to write down your guess, and then we might miss one, and then at the end of the day, someone will be like, I guess this much, and I haven't got it wrote down, and it just causes a bit of hassle. So that's why it's just easier to do it via Twitter, because all the guesses are there, I can see them in front of me, I can't miss anything, and the ticket will go to the rightful winner.
Mehmet, can you send me the details for one in August, please? Because up until the August the 25th, it might be free.
I think I'm going on holiday. I think that's going to be holiday time for me.
Well, you'll have 8 mil in your bag.
I hope.
And a bracelet.
We can dream, Tower. We can dream. Ace 10 for
to be fair, if that happens, I'll be coming on holiday with you.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. If you want, if I have that 8 million, I'll send you over to Cyprus. I'll pay for it. I'll let you go and play the old festival. Things dreams are made of. WSOP.
Absolutely. He's on the bucket list, and he's doing it this year.
And we have just lost one on the outer table, and this might shock a few people because he's been chipped up most of the tournament.
Who is it?
Spanned.
Andy Back's out.
Andy Back.
No way!
Out in 59th place, which is going to bring us down to 58
He had
players.
200k, didn't he, at the break, at that last chip count? Oh my days. So we're on 58, we're 4 off the money. 4 players eliminated, and then we're in it. Odds Bodkins, you're not wrong. Cyprus Football Towers treble.
Probably have just as much as a chance.
Bristol Rovers today, man. What's that all about? The prize is a £110 token for the closer on Monday.
Yep.
That's what it is. If not, and you don't fancy opening an account, just wait until tomorrow. There'll be another comp for the chat box tomorrow.
Yeah.
And there's also a free roll tomorrow that the password will be in the chat box as well, so you can play that.
Yeah, Dan's playing really well. Tower, he's just abusing Colin at the moment. Ace Jack here. 3 bets to 32k. And Colin just going to have to fold the King 10. Not much we can do. Fine to open it, but once we met with this 3 bet here from Dan, just have to get out of the way as Colin here with the King 10. Not much else we can do. And Dan is going to be getting on his nerves, sitting on his left. He's just playing well. And sometimes. Is he going to 4 bet? He's not folding. Has he had enough of Dan? Is he thinking about 4 betting here? Honestly, calling's out the question. Okay, no, calling's not out of the question for Colin. Happy to pill the King and 10 off to the 3 bet out of position versus Dan. He has flopped an up and down, and Dan here with middle pair, backdoor nut flush draw. He does make me laugh, Colin. Just donks into the aggressor in a 3 bet pot on the Queen Jack 8 for 40k into 74. So a little bit more than half here from Colin. And Dan here with middle pair, backdoor nut spades. Not going to be going anywhere. But the thing is, Dan's already seen Colin donk once and saw it with, he'd done it with top pair. So he will have that in the back of his mind here. Ace would be just wow. That would be action. But it's a 9. And Colin,
how do we do it?
Just rips the lot in and shows the king 10 and potentially left value on the table there when we turn the nuts, and Dan's just
got a bit excited then.
Especially with the king of spades, like Dan can rarely have a flush draw there, so we're just going to have a lock on the hand a lot of the time. Sometimes we're up against sets, but maybe left a bit of value on the table, but fair enough. Happy to get involved with the king 10 and did pay dividends that time. Yeah, so basically, Apocalypse, first part of the giveaway, if you do guess the chip count, well, closest to the chip count, will win the £110 closer ticket, and then that person that's guessed closest, the name that they put next to the chip count, if that is the actual chip leader, you get a 5% free roll of myself at the Irish Open in the main event on the first bullet, assuming we only have one, praying we have one.
Absolutely.
Hopefully it will only be one needed. There's the prize pool for you, Ali.
£141,100 first prize, 97.7 for second, and 59,000 for third.
Yeah, Rob. Pretty butchered hand, to be honest with you. It's not good. It worked on that occasion, like with the pill first of all pre-flops not good, the donk's not good, and then the shove's obviously not good because we leave a lot of value on the table. But he made the best hand, and it's just one of them things. Sometimes it goes like that. So Matt with kings, just checking his option versus Colin. After Colin limps in with the Jack-6 suited, and Matt going to be letting Colin barrel off some chips to him here. A better 4K, and Matt with top set, not worried about anything here. Yes, the diamond draws there, but we're playing against a limped under the gun +1 range, which can have a whole host in it. If Jack-6 of spades is in it, there's going to be a lot of other hands, and we're just going to let him give us some chips as Matt Davenport just continue calling. I think that's how Matt's going to play this one. Obviously removal to top pair, so more likely that Colin does have a bluff in this spot. We're going to get the money from sets of 7s and sets of 3s anyway on the river, and Matt just playing this hand absolutely perfectly, knowing his opponent, knowing that Colin's capable of just barreling off against us here, and we river the nuts, still the nuts with the kings, and Colin once more going to give us some more chips. Thank you very much. It's just going to be an all-in from Matt, and Colin will have to get out of the way. And Matt's got the pure maximum here, checking the kings in the big blind. Very, very good player, Matt Davenport.
Yeah, big money indeed. Big money indeed. Fantastic turnout. Well over 500 runners.
I will say, guys, if you're not in the giveaway yet, there's only about 20 odd guesses, so you've got a decent chance to get yourself in and potentially win some free money. It's kings for James here. 13 big blinds. In they go.
And there you go from James.
In tower, we've actually just lost 3 players.
What?
Yeah, we've lost Andres Sidorski, Stu McNally, and Carl Picks as well.
What, straight away?
Yes.
Oh my days.
So how many is 1, 2, 3?
Well, that'll be 55 then.
So Stu McNally, Andres Sidorski, and Picks. So we are down to 55. So after this hand, it's going to be bubble time. 55.
There's Mike on the floor, wandering around. So we just lost.
We've lost Andres Sidorski, then Stu McNally, then Carl Picks.
Oh wow. Oh, I'll put up Picks. This could be the bubble then.
Yeah, and James has just got this shoved through with the Kings. Colin's cool. Didn't Colin have 4s? I thought he folded 4s under the gun. He's called it off with 4s.
So the 9's folded.
I think there's definitely 55 left. The 3 names I've just got in front of me here definitely have busted. So.
Yeah. Oh, and a 4.
No.
A 4 on the flop.
There's a 4. So James gonna need a king.
Mike's just said pause the deal after the hand.
And
there might not be any need to.
On the river, and we lose James Parker, and he's actually gonna be our bubble boy because we lost 3 players in a minute. Andres Sidorski, Stu McNally, and Carl Pickles all busted within a minute of each other. Left us with 55 players as that hand was going on.
Yeah.
And Colin called it off with the 4s, and James Parker is our bubble boy. There's no bubble.
We're just waiting for full confirmation. We are waiting for confirmation from the floor.
If our numbers are correct, I'm pretty sure that's it, Tower. I've got these 3 bust outs in front of me. It was on 58.
We had to pause after the hand, and that hand, James Parker, has been eliminated. We're just waiting for Mike to announce what is happening, because he's told everybody to pause.
I'm 90% sure that James is our bubble boy, unless we've got the numbers that were left wrong.
By the sounds of it, there's an all-in. By the sounds of it, there's an all-in on another table, and if the player would have lost, they would have split 54. But I don't think the all-in player got any action.
Get clarification, guys, but I'm pretty sure we're in the money.
Well, we'll get official confirmation very shortly because we're not dealing at this moment in time.
Acifo, Colin opened under the gun with 4s. James Parker shoved kings and come back round to him and called it off with the pocket 4s. Obviously not the correct call, but he put his chips in the money in the middle and
confirmation.
There you go.
Everybody's in the money.
There we go. We're in the money.
Confirmation that we've just lost. We've just lost 4 players in 2 minutes.
Yeah, Andres Sidorski, Stu McNally,
2 players
Carl Picks, and James Parker just come through now. There we are. Definitely was our bubble boy.
Wow.
We're in the money. 54 left, guys.
20 minutes into level 6. Level 16. We are now in the money. James Parker was waiting there just because there was an all-in. The all-in didn't get any action on the other table. And that meant James Parker was our bubble boy in 54. Woody's straight in. Have some of this, he says. He's got 10s for 73,000. Henry has called. He's just come to the table. Ace King against 10s. Henry Ride used to work the GUKPT back in 2011, 12 and 13. Went to the Vic to be card room supervisor, left the company and decided to travel the world, playing poker, loving life. He's in the money. He needs to hit an ace or a king to survive.
No running Broadway because it would be a boat. Running jacks though would do the job.
Oh, that'd be ill. Is it? It isn't.
3 wrong board pair.
Yeah.
And we lose. Henry Wright just
Well
comes
played,
to the
Henry.
table.
Cashed in his first GUKPT main event.
There we go. Great.
Well done, Henry.
54th for £2,550. Great effort, Henry.
Awesome. Well done. And the really weird thing is that there's nobody hanging on, so you won't see any of the short stacks bashing it in because they've not lost any chips waiting. Because there literally was no bubble. Henry comes to the table, first time on the feature table for a while, sits back down, one hand, gone. £2,550 to stick on red.
Yeah, people in the chat talking about that force call. It's obviously we know it's not going to be the correct call, and it's not going to be good in the long run. But it's the way Colin plays. He likes to put his chips in the middle. It's his money. He's built his stack how he wants to build it, and he can play exactly how he likes. It's part of poker. You're not going to get everyone doing the right thing all the time. That's why we love this game. I'll just try and give you my opinion on the spot. I won't always be right myself. Not everyone's always gonna agree. I will be incorrect with some of the things I say. I'll just try and help you guys out at home, try and give you an understanding of why players are doing what they are.
Is Chris Johnston still in? No, Chris went out really early this morning.
A while back, Chris.
Really early this morning he went out.
Chris now going to fire once, checked him twice. However, Matt putting in a sneaky check, plays very tricky Matt Davenport, and obviously going to be check calling here with the ace 3. 15k.
The average is about 200,000. 10.5 million chips in play, 53 players left. So about 200,000.
Matt will put this off if Chris does run it, I think, tower. Because once Matt checks the ace twice here, like our opponent might make the assumption the best hand we're ever going to have in this spot is a king, and might try and apply pressure to the king X holdings. So because we've checked twice here as Matt, I can't see Matt Davenport folding this spot tower. I'd be really shocked if he did. But the key aspect of this hand is the double check, checking top pair on the flop, then checking top pair on the turn. And the thing is as well, backdoor spades, definitely a bluff Chris can have, or just some random airball like he has in this scenario. But I don't think Matt Davenport can ever fold this spot here once we check twice, because Chris is going to make the assumption that the best hand we're going to have here is like a king X holding, like king queen, king jack, so potentially going for it against this part of our range. Personally though, once we check the ace twice, I can't see how we're going to be able to fold here to this this river shove. Got to remember Chris checked flop as well. But maybe the worry for us as Matt is ace 8 suited, 3 combos of that. It's going to probably continue with like the ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 freeway, ace deuce suited as well. And there we go, there's a call from Matt, and he's going to get the good news. And there's the merit of the double check with the ace, induced the bluff, and very nice there from Matt, up to 197k. Did not write this man off.
Nice one, Matt Davenport. The Seafood says he might come down for some ice cream. Well, if you do, and you're in the room when the ice cream's out, can you bring us some in? Completely missed out with the old ice cream. No, not at all. Not at all.
Not really anymore, Rob, to be honest with you, especially not Hold'em. I don't really play enough Hold'em now. I know I do commentary on it, but I play a handful of tournaments a year, and they're usually just little bowl like side events at the GUKPTs, nothing usually too major. Obviously I'm going out to Ireland and Vegas this year, so I can play a few more, but basically it's just PLO cash at the moment, and there's not really much out there for 6-card PLO, so yeah, at the moment not really too much. Back in the day when I was younger, early 20s, yeah, I used to put a lot more work in off the table, watch a lot of videos on YouTube, just listening to some channels and just learning my way that way. But the thing is, as a cash game player as well, a lot of my like profit I think comes from knowing the players and knowing what they do and knowing how to exploit them specifically. But yeah, I'm probably one of the more lazy players regarding work off the table now. But however, what I will say, I think I put the work in from chatting to other players. I do a lot of talking to players every day, discussing hands, what we would have done here, here and here, and just surrounding yourself with players that are as good as or better than you can really help, because you get to hear their ideas as well, take them on board, apply them yourself. And I think we had a discussion about this earlier in the chat, saying how it's good in the poker community to surround yourself with like players that have results, players that know what they're up to and have been there and done it, because just being around people like that can definitely improve your game. Tens here. Might choose to value bet if check 2. I'll probably will value bet if check 2 here. I think we've got a pretty clear value bet here as Matt try and target some ace queen that don't believe us perhaps, or maybe 8s through 6s. Even like a, probably not going to have like a 9 here. Jonathan like 9x to open, 10-9 suited, probably going to 10-9 suited, 8-9 suited, probably going to continue on this board. And Matt opts for 18k, so 3/4 pot size in for value. Jonathan lets it go. I remember the tournament. I can't remember you specifically, Rob, at Luton, last 2 tables of the Omaha a few months back. I can't remember like your face or playing any pots with you, but yeah, it's a nice little tournament. I was quite chipped up in that tournament, so I think that's why I was probably opening a lot of hands, playing a lot of hands, applying some pressure.
It's Jack for jump with the 10s of Matt, looking on the hand. The next hand, please. Next hand. Cards out for the next hand. So
30 minutes to go of the session, 30 minutes to get your guesses in as well for the giveaway. It is closing at 8 o'clock, so any guesses after 8 o'clock will not count towards the giveaway. £110 closer up for grabs, and potentially, if you are very lucky and guess the chip count and the player name, then get a little 5% free roll of the action over in Ireland for the main event on my first bullet.
like it.
Page instead of even that, like.
Kevin McCaw asks, can we see his guests? What's your Twitter handle, Kevin? I've got them all here, so
we'll have a look right now. Kevin McCaw.
Can't see a Kevin at the moment. I'm scrolling.
John Bonadise, is that a guess? Binzi, is that a guess? Never folded.
Queen 10-8 rainbow board after Colin opened in the cut-off. Now firing for 16k, and the lead here should just call. It's just come to the table, so maybe he's not aware of how Colin's been playing, but the way Colin's been playing here, this is what I want to see from Lee. Yes, we don't unblock any of the like continue range, no like 2 pairs or sets, but versus Colin specifically, just like to see a flat, but he has chose to raise, just clicks it to 32k, and now Colin will get out of the way for sure. Although it is Colin, he lets it go. Maybe Lee just not aware of, as he's just come to the table, how Colin's been playing, how he's just been barreling when it's checked to him. So maybe first time he's played with him. So Tower.
Yes.
We have lost.
Oh my days, go on.
Another 3 players after Henry.
Go on then.
Ronnie Tite.
Oh, I've seen Ronnie on the feature a couple of times. I'm Ronnie this week. Well done, Ronnie.
Stu Rutter.
Oh no.
And Maurizio Paes.
Oh, no more slash.
Which leaves us with 50. Bullseye.
Oh, Paradise City for Maurizio Paes.
You use that every single leg.
We're well into room when he wins it.
You need, yeah, I know. Yeah. 50 left.
Whatever happened to Ben Vincent? Not heard his name for years. Used to love his game. Does he still play? I don't know if he still plays cash games, private cash games or whatever, but yeah, you're right. It's a couple of times I think we've seen him in about 3 years. God bless Alan. What a legend he was, Alan Vincent down in London. What a ledge.
Woody here, ace queen, 26 big blinds, facing under the gun open. Bit of a spot for him. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate for Woody. I thought this might be the case. And Matt's obviously going to call it off with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Woody knows straight away when he's called. And perfectly fine to shove there. Versus Davenport's under the gun open, 26 bigs.
Every time there's been an ace against Kings, this time the Kings have held. It's not been one of them days.
There's never an ace on the flop tower.
Never. No, not this week. Jack, Queen, 8. It's a Queen.
Yeah, an extra 2 outs.
Extra 2.
Oh,
oi.
Couple of ladies.
Oh my days.
Getting there the hard way. Still needs to fade a king. And does. Boats up. Woody.
Oi.
Getting a nice little double there. Unfortunate for Matt Davenport after chipping up very nicely. Back down to 107k. honestly can't see you, Kevin. I'm looking, but I can't see your tweet in. And I don't think there's been a tweet for anyone guessing for James to win yet. So you're definitely on Twitter.
Kevin McCall. Let me just try and find it. Because I think he's got the names wrong. Because it's the Tower 68. Where are the handles on here? Where's the handles, man? Follow us. There we go. The Tower 68 and at just J __.
Yeah, _ just J __. It's a bit of a complicated one. I made it when I was still at sixth form, so. King 10 of diamonds for Chris, opening to 8.5 under the gun. Ace 3 off for Colin, getting involved. Gun versus +1, just pills the ace 3 off. This man is relentless. Happy to get involved with a whole host of holdings. Fair play to him. It's good entertainment for you guys watching. As I always say, it's nice when someone comes in not doing the standard stuff and starts mixing it up and seeing how everyone adjusts to it. Matt in the big, happy to defend the Jack 8. It's going to go freeway to the flop. And when you're running hot, why not get involved with any two?
Absolutely.
When the deck's just in your favour and you keep flopping well, why not get involved? Because I'm pretty sure there's an ace on that flop. There it is, ace 9-9, 2 spades. So top pair for Colin. And Chris continuing here with the King 10 of diamonds for 8.5, and Colin just got an easy call. Or should be calling here. There's Colin. There we go. Yeah, Gandhi, he might be playing the rush. He might be feeling like he's got a bit of a hot seat. He's hitting a lot of cards, making a lot of strong hands. Maybe he thinks his time is now to chip up. And he's going to take this pot because he's got the check mark on the turn already. And a nice little check back, like it. Jack of spades on the end, does complete the flush. And this is just going to be a no bluff zone for us as Chris when this spade completes, and check check. And the ace 3 is good. But the table gets to see that as well. It's free advertisement that Colin's peeling gun open +1 with ace 3 off. So it may mean that players can adjust by squeezing a bit lighter the times that there's an open and there's a dead flat from Colin, because we know how wide he's going to be flatting, or even versus his opens as well. We can start free betting lighter. You can see these are the type of hands he wants to get involved with. But working out well for him so far and chipping up well for the man in seat 3. Look out for Colin, because he's having a great session.
He is indeed. So 25 minutes to get your guests in. There we go, Kevin McCall, James Parker, 1.25 million. It is in. You are on at the Tower 68 and at J __ thingy malarkey doing it. Thanks, Kevin. You're in. Is Warm still in, says Karen? I think so. Do believe so.
We've lost another 3. It has to slow down sooner rather than later, Tao. It has to. It just can't keep going like this. There has to be a point where it slows down. 3 players gone in 3 minutes. Kellett, Alexandra Reid and Dan Stancer all out in the space of 2 minutes of each other. Kellett, Alexandra Reid and Dan Stancer, which leaves us with 47 players.
47. Wowzers.
Not complaining if we get to a final today. Left before we head out on a 15-minute break. This session has flown by as well. I don't know, today's just going really quickly. Might have something to do with the tables that we've had so far on the featured. Day ones were fairly slow for this event, didn't have too much action, but been worth the wait because it's been a solid day two so far. Really good watch, lots of notables on the featured, and Matt Davenport here off of 23 big blinds might choose to rip this one. That might be what he's thinking versus a cut-off open from Jonathan. There it is. Plays so well, Matt. Like, he finds the spots really well to chip up without having to go to a flop. And then the times he makes his hand, he plays them tricky to try and get maximum value, and really always impressed with Matt whenever he's on the feature. Plays very, very well, and taking a really nice shove spot there versus a cut-off open with the King Jack for 23 big blinds. How are we doing, AG? At what point are you ready to head to the casino and play poker? I'm a noob. Basically, I think the best place to start, I say it to a lot of people now, there's always like pubs and like local like snooker clubs or pool rooms that hold like little red 2 tournaments and little £5, maybe £10 buy-ins, and only like 2 or 3 tables. Just get a feeler for it, start playing a few of those comps. Once you get used to playing live, the feel of being at the table, then maybe head into casino, start playing £30-40 one-dayers, and the more experience you get, the better it becomes, and the less nerve-wracking it is to actually walk in and sit down at a table and play poker for the first time. It's but I'd say just start with maybe a little bit of pub poker, and then when you're ready, venture into a casino for a little £30-40 one-day comp, and with more tables, see how that goes. Yeah, I got your guess in, Mick, for the giveaway. Everyone, you have 22 minutes before the competition closes. There's about 30 guesses in now, so good luck to everyone that has participated. But if you haven't, you've still got time to get in. Potential to win a £110 closer ticket for Monday, as well as a 5% free roll for my main event action in Ireland. As Dan raises to 9k with the ace jack of hearts, and Lee here with 30 big blinds and pocket 10s. And looks like he's choosing to free bet here. Seems like a few chips. Okay, just cool. Don't mind this.
Some good guesses coming in as well, I must admit. Some very good guesses.
Chris in on the bottom of the 4-3 of hearts. That's going to bring other Chris in, Chris P. And Colin 9-5 off. So 5-way action at this stage of the day. The last 10% of the field, and we're still going 5-way. 8-6 deuce rainbow. So the 10s of Lee flop best here. Gut shot for Chris, backdoor hearts, 2 overcards, backdoor hearts for Dan, not much for Colin, and 1 overcard to the 7s of Chris in the small blind. And yeah, this is a bit of a mistake here from Chris in suit 2, choosing to, wow, what is Colin, what is going on? So Chris donks into the whole field with pocket 7s on 8-6 deuce, and Colin calls with 9-5 gutter ball, and now Lee here with the 10s. It's only a 12k lead, I guess, 12k into 49k, so 25% pot here from Chris. And now action on Lee here with the 10s, and obviously we're never folding, getting 6-1 here with this price, but is he thinking about potentially raising this spot with all the money that's in the pot already? But really surprised to see the donk from Chris. This is the last 10% of the field, guys, I can assure you that, if you are just tuning in. These are the final 47 players out of 526. And Lee there, it looks like a call with his smaller chips. Greens are worth 500. And no, it's not. There's some yellows in there as well. So raises to 39k. And Chris now with the 7s. Obviously just going to have to get out of the way. We've bet into 4 players and still been raised. But potentially we could have saved these 3 big blinds as Chris. Play and flow, check it over to the aggressor. Lee would have fired with the 10s. We can then just fold the 7s because he's probably not firing into the whole field without an overpair here, or at least an 8. So has to let the 7s go now as Chris, but could have definitely saved the 3 big blinds there. Donking into the whole field with the 7s, and Colin should fold, but I've done guessing with Colin. I'm done saying what I think he's going to do, because he's winning against me so far. I'm always questioning myself when it's Colin too active how he's going to proceed in this hand. There we go, he's going to call. See, I would have got it wrong. I would have got it completely wrong. We've gone 5-way here, Tower. There's been a donk, a raise. The board is 8-6 deuce rainbow, and Colin's got 9-5.
9-5?
9-5.
No, obviously there's a 7 coming on here. 7 of diamonds going to hit the river. You watch.
Don't adjust your screens, guys. This is the final 10% of the field in a 1k.
Don't worry, the 7 of diamonds is going to hit the river. He's going to bet 30 and then he'll get a call.
I love seeing it though, it's just great entertainment. And there's an old wild card in the mix with whole cards on the show. And this queen shouldn't really affect much here for us as Lee. To be honest with you, if Lee's not aware of Colin, like just thinking about his population, you can think, oh, we might have a set here, might have 6s or deuces, but Lee knows that this queen will never help Colin and just shoves all in for 101k.
Asking for a count. Oh, I love it. Asking for a count.
Could be ahead of sight at 7-5 of hearts, I guess. 7-5 of spades, sorry. I guess we're ahead of 7-5 of spades, if that's ever in there. 4-5 of spades is double gutter. We're ahead of that. There we go. There's the fold. And a nice pot for Lee there. Almost a near double up for him. Increasing his stack by 100k. He's fun to watch though, isn't he, guys? It is great when you do see such a mixture, and you actually get to see the whole cards as well, and like how he's playing, and it's a good little watch for everyone at home.
Do you think all these fireworks go off at night time at the same time when all the shops close?
Maybe.
It's closing up time, boys. Fireworks are going.
Oh god, Colin's just sending me spinning this session, so honestly. Some of the stuff. Woody raises to 9k with the ace jack of diamonds, and Matt here, ace 5 suited. And we know Matt is an aggressive player, can mix in a free bet some of the time here. Obviously flatting, probably not going to be an option off of our stack size. Matt, here he comes. Always puts the aggression down. Matt Davenport always trying to take the betting lead himself. I could potentially even fold this one versus +1, but happy to free bet to 25.5. And Woody's going to be in a bit of a spot here now when it comes back round to him with the ace jack of diamonds. Because Matt, I'm sure he's aware of who Matt Davenport is and how active he's been. And gets the ace jack of diamonds to fold. Nice play from Matt. Alright, how are we doing, Jack?
Good evening, Jack.
Grow up, Colin.
How are we doing, Jack? How's your first day in San Diego? Around about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, no, it's not. It's 8 hours. Are they 8 hours behind in San Diego? So nearly midday. He had a good night.
Oh, yeah.
Had a very good night.
8 minutes left on the clock. Complete from Dan, and Lee checks his option with the 10-8, heads up to the flop blind on blind, Lee flopping best on the 10-3-5 2-spade board. Check from Dan, and that's probably going to be the end of the hand once faced with a bet from Lee. So we're going to be going on break in 7 minutes, and how long was the break, Tower?
15.
15, back to 15 minutes break. So we'll be back at 8:10 after the break, guys. New feature table coming as well. Just a little teaser for you, some of the names. Joe Hendry coming back, and Francis Oberdon, who's one of the chip leaders in the room, as well as Spurs legend Anthony Gardner.
Oi, oi.
472,000 chips.
Really? Go on, lad.
You guys, after the upcoming break, you're going to maintain 11 same cities you go for 10 to 11.
No more cameras. There's hands.
Look at Big Trev in the background. He's got 2 stacks of yellows there. He's got another stack on top of him. He's going well as well.
Anybody had a guess at Trevor Reardon? Big TR? Yes, I think I did see Big TR. I did indeed see Big TR in one of the guesses.
Yeah, and cheers, Mick. 10 minutes getting to the giveaway. Good luck to everyone. That closes at 8 o'clock. Get your tweets in. You've got 10 more minutes. We're looking for biggest stack at the end of the day. So, for example, 1.1 million or 980,000, plus the name that you think is going to bag up the chip lead. As we see the King 8-3 2-heart board, and Jonathan here with this King of Diamonds on board, King high, good for our range. Just going to have plenty of C bets on this one. Don't even need to go too large. Somewhere around 7k remit.
Every 2 seconds.
goes for 10. And all the way, Colin going to get out of the way with a 10-9.
My guess, and I've not seen any chip counts or anybody who's in. I've just only gone off who's not.
That old chestnut when you just popped out for the coffees. Just popped out for the coffees, and suddenly he's going to pick someone, and then suddenly the results will come up next break, and they'll have 600k.
Chill out, man. You've got 4 hours of poker to play yet. 4 hours, anything can happen in 4. Even I could be chip leader in 4 hours. How many times can you get aced in 4 hours?
Yeah, maybe. Get back to normal. I'll probably play better.
I'm going for.
If I'd had a few beers, I would have done the Queen Jack one.
Well, I think we'll be chip leader. I'm going for.
I've got a lot of experience drinking cash games.
He's going for someone, guys.
I'm going old school. I'm going to go for Ben Jones.
Ben Jones?
On 930,000. And I'm not entering Twitter because I don't want to tweet myself. Ben Jones, 930,000. That's my guess.
What we'll do after this hand, because a few of you who have just tuned in latter end of this session don't know the players that were left in, I'll put a name of all the players that were left in at the start of last break. Obviously we've lost a few since then, but I will throw it up on screen for everyone to see after this hand. As we see Woody here, 3-bet the ace-9 versus the button open from Lee, and this is going to work a treat. 7-4 of clubs should be hitting the muck. 33.3, nice large sizing, veering towards 4x. So here are the results from when we come back after break. They are all the names that were left in.
Is Ben Jones doing?
I can tell you, just looking down the list, so we have lost Andy Back, I know he's gone. James Parker's gone. Dan Stancer's gone. Usman's gone. Leon's gone. Matt Bushel's gone. Connor Healis has gone. John Kelly's gone. Chris Vernon's gone. Stu McNally's gone. This is just off the top of my head. There's probably more out there.
Bav Cattry's just gone.
Oh, Bav Cattry's just gone.
In 46.
So there's the names, guys. You've got till 8 o'clock, so 7 minutes to get your guesses in. There's the Twitter handles. Tag us, tweet your chips and the name next to it, and potential to win yourself £110 closer ticket plus a little free roll of my main event action in Ireland.
We lost a GDPR in 47 and Bav Cattry in 46.
Which means we are down to 45 players.
45.
We are about to head out on a 15-minute break.
What's that link?
That's Mick clipping all the players for us, so you can see.
Oh, you're a star. Is he only on Twitter and is he? Yes, it is. There'll be more for the chat box tomorrow. But this one was for the Twitter followers, and we did one earlier for. We did one yesterday for the chat box as well with the cards. Dipper says injury 3 in a row. You couldn't put it past him, could you?
So there's 45 seconds left on the clock, so likely to get one more hand in. Actually, no, Chris is going to check call here against button open, so this probably will be the last hand if we go to another street, which I'm expecting we will, because I expect Chris to kill one off with bottom pair. So we'll chuck our faces on for the last hand.
The turn, the 8 of spades.
So we're going to be heading out on a break after this hand. Action back over to Woody. We might double barrel here, Tower. Here's a ball that's going to be good for us. Fold out some 10x, 3x, potential gut shots. It's going to double barrel, and this is going to work a treat. Should be a pretty quick fold from Chris. Not going to peel 2 here with bottom pair. And that is that. We're on a 15-minute break, guys. But just before we go on break, we have lost 2 more players. Stevie Warbs.
Whoa, the warble.
And Darren Naylor.
Darren.
Which leaves us with 43. We will be back in 15 minutes with the final 43 players and another 2 hours of poker. See you then.
See you then.
Now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11, the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister I think was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good, and then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So
yeah.
what we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland, Blackburn, and Burnley, and all over the place. Travelling around the northwest, and we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But yeah, at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. Yeah, so I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But yeah, I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, during?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village, to me, who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know, but it's leading into the poker thing from chess. It's the skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead. And it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So yeah, the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but you can't really win money, and games are very, very time consuming. So it's yeah, I would love to play, but I don't know. Maybe in later life I'll get back into it. I think when I've got a bit more time and there's not so much poker going on all over the place.
Absolutely. Where did you start first playing poker, and how did you learn, or was it just
so this was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend, who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local 6th form college, and this was obviously a year or 2 after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all that. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, as loosely say, they were going to college. They were just going, sitting in the canteen and playing every day. and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. Yeah, I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like it was pretty crazy, because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and yeah, I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments, and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So this one, I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, but I wasn't tired because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was we're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really, really exciting. And I was thinking I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think. And that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, or and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very, very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but like I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest to casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there these days. But I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. Just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you 1 set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And And I did a little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebound tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, yeah, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like just by a mile, and I was playing every night with people like Ali Malou and everyone. So yeah, I've known those guys really, really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's. Second for 1200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was a gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Tour. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it
well. February 2009, you had another big score on Full Tilt. You must have liked Full Tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far
third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step. And this was a sit and go, so the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got into the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah, I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get the €5,300 buy-in, and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were. And you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough.
That's yours.
Give me one red and 50. One hundred, 240.
I can't see the way. Yeah, that's
That is it. No more guesses.
Good luck, everyone.
And if your player is on there, then you've got a chance. Hank Kennedy was guessed at. Did anyone say Kev Allen? I don't think they did.
No, there was no Kev Allen.
Nobody said Jay.
No.
Tom was like by far the biggest. By far the biggest and most popular guess.
I'm sweating.
Francis, I was going to pick Francis when I was having mine, but I didn't. Gilly was also, he was quite popular. Tim Chung. Mike Kane doing well. He's doing all right. We're going to lose connection. Chris Wood. So 43 players remaining. They're all the chip counts. Shall we do it again?
Yeah, let's do it
Go
again.
on then, let's do it again.
So, table for the session. In 1 is Sam Simister. In 2,
What?
Joe Hindry is back. 3, one of the chip leaders, Francis Obadon. In 4, John Adderley. In 6 is Zongming Liao. In 7, Anthony Gardner. In 8 is James Ran. And in 9 is Phil Clark. Let's do this.
Let's do it. Let us do it. Good luck to everybody. Should be another cracking session. Level 17 of the day, of the tournament. And we're on 43, we're in the money. BBP is back. The usernames are incorrect. What usernames? At the tower, it is. It's at the tower 68 and just J. I don't know who actually wrote them in. I do apologise.
I'll put that in the commands. That's my fault.
That's your fault, is it?
Yeah, well done, that's my fault.
There's a million guesses out there.
Yep.
A million.
Philip with the 10-8 suited. And they go. No action. Yeah, it's underscore just J underscore and then at the tower 68.
Tom Hall 930. BBP. Your guess is in. Seeing as though it was Jay who decided to stick the wrong name. I apologise about that. You're in. Just found it. I think he's got himself in. BBP is back. 1.2 million. Apologies about the usernames being incorrect.
Better one. Export code 7.
You are in. 930. Is it 930 or 1.2? One answer and then we'll stick to it. $1.2. Nice one. 1.2 million. Tom Hall in. We're on 43 players. We're in the money. Well done, one and all. Well done, one and all. We've got Zongming. Ace deuce of hearts here in the small blind, facing this open from James. And just lets it go. Action going to be on Anthony in the big with the King 8 off. Yeah, versus gun, Anthony might think better of this one. Thinks he can be in a dominating spot often, but defending going to be fine as well. Could go either way. Does have all the chips. Does choose to defend. Don't know what James has got at the moment. Whole card's not showing for some reason. But how we're going to play this hand from Anthony's perspective. 10, 7, 8 rainbow. So probably just want to be checking this over to the aggressor. James here can happily check call on this board. However, James is probably going to have a lot of checks on the 10, 8, 7 rainbow after opening under the gun. I think he's going to have more checks than bets on this board. Obviously, we don't know what his hand is in this situation. Is choosing to fire. So we've got an easy check call here as Anthony. After catching middle pair. Well, James has sized up here, 18k into 27, so opts for the 2/3 sizing on the 10, 7, 8 rainbow board. We're catching our kicker with the King 8 is good as well, because like times like James opens King Queen, Ace King, King Jack, like the times he has those holdings now, we've got him drawing 3 outs, but Anthony just makes the tight laydown. May have been something to do with sizing from James, choosing the 2/3 on the 10, 8, 7 rainbow. We're on 43. Do you think we'd have been down to 43 at the end of level 16? Probably not.
Ordinarily, it's that little extra bit. Yeah, closer. Raise to 11,000.
Ace 10 for John in the cut-off, raises to 11. And Zongming calling. Normally deuce. Rainbow. Zongming flopping best here with the ace 8 middle pair, top kicker. Fires for 11. John in seat 4 here, just letting the ace 10 go.
So if you missed them as you were just hitting the seats, back into the room to watch the live stream. They're the chip counts from the last break. 43 players left. And Kennedy. I wonder if he's still having a massage. Every time I walk past, he's been having a massage. Some good names on there. Ryan Mandara, Matt Davenport, Jonathan Lemon, Robbie Bull still in. Tony Filoni making money again. Won the G400 in the money again. Colin Paddington. Well, what can we say about Colin? Chris Wood, Tim Chung, all the names there.
Why'd you call Nicholas Tony Filoni?
Because he's just Tony Filoni. I've known Tony for years. And when I saw Nicholas Filoni, I thought, I'm sure that's Tony. And he is. So maybe it's Nicholas Tony Filoni, I'm not sure, but
that rolls off the tongue, don't it?
Tony Filoni.
Joe making it 10k. Action on Phil in the big blind here with 7-5 off. Just going to wait for a better spot. Sitting here as the short stack.
Take the 2s and 3s out and put some more kings and aces inside.
Joe with ace jack under the gun. Happy to open, raises to 10. And Francis out the way. Always love when we got Francis on the feature table. Sometimes does put on a show, depending on what mood he's in. Phil out the way with ace 6 in the small. We can fold here, and then we got another orbit to get our last 7 big blinds in. We have 7 hands to look at to find a better spot than just looking in the a6 here, so should just let this one go as Phil. Fold from Sam. Raise a take for Joe Hendry.
Raise to 10,000.
Raise to 10. Francis with the jack 8 under the gun. Anthony.
Yeah, we're really deep with Francis here, and Francis is capable of just 4-betting. So I wouldn't mind seeing either here from Anthony. We are very deep. Obviously, we're going to be well ahead of a Francis opening range, so might 3-bet for value. However, we'll need to make the decision now of what we're going to do when we do get 4-bet. And for that reason, Anthony does just call. And James ran now with King Queen in the cutoff. Might choose to come along for the ride as well. Or he might even be thinking about 3-bet squeezing here with a King Queen, or just lets it go. And a well-timed fold as well, was in a dominated spot versus Anthony. And Phil is all in here, and it will go fold from Francis, call from Anthony.
And Phil is at risk.
Okay, well Francis is going to call. He's getting a really attractive price, but we do have Anthony behind us to worry about. And now Anthony Garden up with the ace queen of diamonds. Never fold him. And might be bumping this up here to try and get Francis out the pot. But chooses to just call as well. So potential triple up spot for Phil. Don't know he's holding. Francis flops best on Jack 6-6 with the Jack 8 of clubs, and just comes out firing. And now Anthony will get out of the way, because I doubt Francis is ever just firing into this dead pot here with Phil at risk.
Yep.
Once we're in the money, and can just let the ace queen of diamonds go now as Anthony. Although we are getting 5-1 with some really.
You're getting 5-1. You got back doors.
Yeah, I guess 2 overs, some back doors, position. Yeah, so Anthony's going to take his price here. 5-1 in the call. Only going to need around 17% equity to make this okay. And as we can see, he's got a lot more than that.
The 7 of diamonds on the turn keeps him involved. If he's called the flop, he's calling turn.
I don't think Francis is betting turn though, Tower. It's got to be thinking about hands that Anthony calls us with on the flop. He's going to have Jack X himself. We may be ahead of like 7s through 9s. We're not 7s anymore, but we're going back to the flop. But mainly going to be spade draws, some Jack X, and then 7 through 10s. In that scenario, check, check.
Oh my days. Anthony Gardner.
Backdoors the nut flush.
Yeah.
Now we're going to go value hunting. And looks like once Francis checks it over to us twice that he's not ever going to be too strong here. Probably best case scenario he's going to have a jack. So either Anthony here probably want to just try and eke out some value, not go too large, try and attack a hand like Francis had, like 70k perhaps.
Like it. Right, 65 is it?
70k. Us Spurs fans think alike.
The nut flush, no matter what Philip has got, falls. He's out the door. Unlucky Phil. First player eliminated after the break. Yeah, this one is a quiet table. It happens. Playing for chunks, that's the thing.
So lucky against me. Say again? I don't know what you have. How did you? How did you? Yes.
Tell me if you had the bluff this and you were going to the back. You tell me if you had the bluff this and you were going to the back. Right your face, Ted. Tell me when you blush me in a minute. I don't want to blush you.
Moving all in. Sam in seat number 1. Joe with the 7s could easily call. He might even shove himself. More than 62, might want to ISO with the 7s. Nope, decides to call. 7s for Joe. Sam has got ace 10.
Gotta feel one when you give up and something. Good jam out there.
Francis is definitely out of their hand. Well, we've hit the 10 to survive.
Oh, no! 7 on the turn. We're going to lose Sam Simmerstar, but just before that, Ryan Mandara, 42nd. So we are down to 40 players, so it's going to be 5 tables of 8.
We're going to be getting players in left, right and centre. Unlucky Ryan, bought in today, span it up. Got a few rounds of cocktails in for Emily, £2,700. Is Joe Indri a poker pro? The way he started this year, I'd say yes. The way you hit the 7s, absolutely. Wow. Just like that.
Trozani, yeah, I think Joe is a cash game grinder, live cash game grinder, but recently this year I think he's dabbled in a few more tournaments and could become MTT grinder by the end of the year after the results he's been having. Francis just setting John in here, blind on blind, shoving for 16 bigs, just sub with an ace, and John here with a Jack 10 of spades, beautiful hand. In reality, just Jack high in this spot. And I think we will wait for a better spot as John.
Reminded about.
Joe, what, Ben? If Hindley does the treble, that would be one of the
greatest achievements
ever in like the UK streaming scene. It's just that mathematically for that to happen is just so improbable, but it would be great to see a 3 on the trot stream winner. Last 2 streams we've done, the 888, then GUKPT, leg 2 in Coventry. Joe was our champion, and he's still in the mix here with 40 players left. It's incredible. Form game, as the man on my right always says. Anthony makes it 10k. Zongming got one that we can defend versus Under the Gun Open. Happily picking big blind more, getting 4.5 to 1 on our money. Ten, 7, 6 rainbow board, so both players with it. That Anthony looks like he's going to continue on, but could also check this one. It's going to connect with the big blind. He'll have all 16 combos of 8-9, the 7-6, 10-7, 6-7. Sorry, 10-6 suited. So plenty of hands that Zongmin can have on this spot, but Anthony with 2 overs and some nice backdoors. Happy to continue for 8k. Sizing choice of between quarter and third, and just get Zongmin out of the way with a king queen. Pick up for Anthony up to 585,000, and probably chip leader in the room now.
Playing well, let me tell you. Anthony Gardner turning on the style.
Do you know what? Someone actually guessed on Twitter as Anthony Gardner as the chip leader.
He has. I saw his name a couple of times. Will McMurray's still in because he's just come to the table. So our table is now Will McMurray, Joe Hindley, Francis Oberdon, John Adderley, Zong Ming-Lau, Anthony Gardner, James Rant and Jay Digwer. And there we go. Full ring. 8 players. And we're on 40. Is Alex Montgomery still in? I think he was at the last break. I'll show you after this hand at the last break how many chips he had.
Yeah, because John's all in here, shoving over a Francis Open. Really nice from him, just understanding how wide this man opens, and Ace 8 going to be well ahead of the hands Francis is opening from that position, so happy to rip him for 16.
Absolutely. Where's his name? Right at the top of the second section. 200,000 chips at the last break, which was half an hour ago. Less than that. Alex Montgomery.
I'm sweating, Tower. Someone's guessed Anthony, someone's guessed Tom, someone's guessed Anthony, Francis, Trevor, Gilly, Tim Chung, all them names at the top there. Got a little sweat on,
And Jay was just come to our table. Nobody's mentioned him, but he is third in chips. So Alex Montgomery is still in. Have you seen the guns on the old Montgomery? Oh, he's been to the gym a couple of times.
Should change his surname to Montgomery. It's like the arms on it. It's like Salisbury legs at the moment. Obviously, taking care of himself outside of poker, hitting the gym.
Oh, there's another. Don't forget, there's another 4 hours to play yet, Gully. It's 4 hours. We'll keep you to that, Swindon Rat. If Indri does the treble, he'll get a tattoo of him on his button. Maybe back him on Sunday if he's still in to pay for the tattoo.
$10.93. 2 clubs. Joe happy to continue after catching middle pair. Francis 2 overs gut shot, not going to be going anywhere here.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
So Joe improves to an up and down, Francis improves to top pair to go with his gutter ball, and probably a card which Joe's wants to be checking. Over to Francis, who snap bets for what looks like 20, third pot, there around. Joe now up and down to go with his pair of 9s. Queen would be the action card.
No, it's the pairs, the 10.
Probably check in our tower. About Francis is going to value bet the jack, and Joe can plausibly have a 10 in this spot, and the king jack of Francis is good.
Hi. Not.
Ah, yeah.
A couple of cars that were short. 90 speeds, I just showed the last time, so put out the street and kind of show the cars, you know what I mean?
So Jay has a sweat because the top 8 in the betting have all got names on them in Twitch and Twitter for the free roll.
So gun +2. Francis, being Francis, opens the Queen 9, and Jay defending the A7 suited in the pick. 10-3 deuce, 2 diamond board. This pot should be going the way of Francis here, assuming that he's going to be continuing after opening a mediocre holding from EP. And there's the 10k continue, and just going to be a quick fold from Jay. Be very surprised if he saw anything else. Players left. This is interesting. Well, Wills woke up, the Queen's behind, but Jay here, I understand the free bet with the King Jack. 2.5x though is just way too small, which means that James, with that price on the button, is going to just peel pretty much most of the range that he opens to our free bet because of the price that he's going to be getting. Want to be sizing up more out of the blinds, facing button open, but now we are going to feel the heat of Mr. McMurray with the cold 4. It's a 75. That should just be fold.
Just with the 3-4 under the gun. Open to 10.
Love to see it. Maybe Francis thinks this table is playing too tight. I'm going to punish him. Very captivating to watch Francis. Just sits there quietly like he's just playing solid, but really likes to mix it up, mix up the holdings he gets involved with, mix up his play. I've seen him bet call King High correctly before on stream, back end of last year. Jack 8-6, 2-heart board. Francis happy to continue here with just 4 high and gets Joe out of the way. And look, chipping up. Fair play to the man. Barley Boatman tweeted, friendly advice to dealers: when someone shoves into multiple players and one of them asks how much the bet is, the correct response is not usually all of your chips, mate. Oh, glass. Zongming under the gun +1 raises to 10k. William flat in the 5s on the button makes the call. Oh my. The 8-9 deuce 2 diamond board, happy to continue with 2 overcards and up and down straight draw. 5s for 17. It looks like Will McMurray's happy to peel one off with the 5s, and that's going to get Francis to fold the best of it. Oh, Francis would have turned trips. 8 of hearts on the turn. Now we see a check from Zongming, slowing down, checks it over to Will. Glances down at his chips, so probably firing the 5s here for equity denial purposes versus some hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10, as well as just some random Ace Queen, Ace King. But Zongming not going anywhere with his up and down straight draw. 9 would always be good for him, also be good. And Jack is best. Will shows the 5s, and Zongming going to show the Jack 10. That pot going his way.
Tens for Francis, 8k to call after initial raise from Zong under the gun. A lot of under the gun raising on this table so far. This is going to be him. This is going to be him.
Yeah, Francis has bumped it up.
Yeah, it's 3 bet at 40.5.
Yeah, it's on me now. King Jack just going to get out of the way. And, Joe probably going to do the same on the button. Francis repping really strong range here. 3 betting versus gun open and button flat. Let's get out of the way. We see if we lost any tower.
Well, it seems to have slowed down, but I'm saying slowed down, meaning we haven't lost one in 15 minutes. That's the way it's been today.
Yeah, not one since Sam Sinister was our last bust out.
We're on 40. We're in the money.
So, should we see what's going on one of the outwards
What's
tables?
happening?
Let's have a look. There's Trevor Reardon.
Directly behind the feature.
What's that? 600k.
4, 5, nearly 600,000 BTR.
Tim Chung.
1, 2, 3,
200.
Yeah, I think he's riffling about 10 or 12.
Yeah, 225. It's about 220 for Tim Chung. There's Matt Davenport.
50, 150, 160 maybe.
Yeah, sat next to Anthony Kennedy.
There was one of the chip leaders, Ant Kennedy.
Yeah, he's still got plenty there, Tower. There's probably at least 400k. And next to Anthony, there's Neville Betty.
Yeah, Nev.
And then the man in form. Good results over in Prague.
Yes, Mr. Mooney.
John Mooney, 500,000 working with there. Good luck to him.
Awesome. Well done, Mr. Mooney.
And we'll pop out to another router in between hands, guys, just so you can see everyone that's left in.
Hi, Kerry. Kerry Bear 92.
How are we doing, Kerry?
Hope you're well this Saturday evening. 9 PM Saturday evening. I wonder how Florida is now. Sat on Florida Beach watching the live stream. Oh, what dreams are made of.
Francis here. Dummy and gut shot backdoor diamonds. Happy to pill in position. That's it. Jay's continue. This board is going to smash Jay though, opening under the gun +1. We'll have the ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, set of jacks, set of eights. But Francis gets the perfect turn card for his hand. 6 of diamonds, bringing in the backdoor straight flush draw, up and down. And Jay is continuing to fire here. That looks like 30k. So opts for just over 40% sizing here on the turn. And Francis not going to be going anywhere after getting the best turn in the deck for his hand.
Heaps of equity now, no matter what Jay has. Even if Jay's got a set of aces, we're still 40%.
But it pairs on the river.
Francis will never be good in this spot tower, and it's just going to be bet fold. Guessing Jay had an ace jack, ace king, ace queen type holding. Definitely could have had ace or jacks as well. They'll be in there. But Francis now can't do anything but fold.
What a turn card to get the action. Nice 2.5, 5. 16 minutes or so until the end of this level. We're down to 40.
Let's see who else. There we go.
Mike Kane. My God, he's only got one stick of chips there, but it looks that.
It's fairly short. There's Bixie.
Bixie's who's all in? In. Oh, it's my pick, my pick.
There's Lai Wang in seat 3 and Ben Jones on his direct left.
Go on, Ben. Oh, he's only got about 100,000 noise, Ben.
There's Simon Chan in seat 5.
Who's with the mask on? 50, 60, 120 maybe?
Nick
Filoni. So Tony Filoni.
And Gilly is there. Gilbert Black entertained us yesterday on stream. He looks like he has got heaps and heaps of chips tower. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 500,000, 6, 7, 800,000 for Gilly, and he's necking the beer at the same time. Look at that stack. 800k for that man.
Amazing.
We just heard the squeak. Someone said the voices.
Sound like Joe Pasquale.
We don't know why that's happened.
I know a song that'll get on your nerves. Get on your nerves. Get on your nerves. I know a song that'll get on your nerves. Get on your nerves. I know a song that'll get on your nerves.
Just heard the squeak. Someone said the voices. Sound like Joe Pasquale. I don't know why that's happened. I know a song. Getting into it, we'll leave that until that's fixed. Why is that doing that? Never had that before.
Oh, maybe I have to have a look at PK, see what he can do about that. Hey, we have gone really high.
PK's looking into it, guys. That might level it out.
That actually works. If you talk like that, then we talk sound normal. The chipmunks. We will obviously we're trying to sort it out right now, but I don't know whether we need to carry on talking or keep quiet and let PK sort it out. We'll keep looking at PK and see what he can do. How bizarre.
I think we're just going to go quiet for a bit, guys, just until we try and get this sorted.
Yeah, you can see that you can hear the table noise, so it's actually the same, so it's not too bad without Joe Pasquale and Alvin the Chipmunks side of me.
You do, you should have got it all in. I'd have enjoyed that. Don't believe it. He made a good fold. I think he had like 8 minutes. 9 minutes later, to get paid.
So, just going to test the sound. PK is just going to the main computer to work out, and as I can hear, it still sounds exactly the same, and I sound like Joe Pasquale. Update on Tom Hall, he had about 500,000 the last time we saw. We'll get another table pan very shortly, but the sound, as you can hear, when we started talking during the latest pan, that's when the chipmunks arrived. Half a cup, pal. Nice one, thank you.
I didn't make it, to be fair. I didn't even make it.
So yeah,
I didn't even. I didn't say it to her. I didn't go half a cup. But
so yeah, we're working on the sound. It's only happened since we did the last pan, and we started talking over the pan itself. So we will try and sort it out, because it don't sound right.
Yeah,
the table sound is correct.
It's never happened before, has it? Never had anything.
It's really weird because the table sound is still exactly what it should be. And then we inputted that video, and all of a sudden,
testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
still sounds. So it looks like we're going to have to restart it, but we're not going to lose 30 minutes of action. But Pinky and Perky will be back as soon as PK has started, and probably a refresh.
Yep.
We will let you know.
So when the stream goes off, guys, it will do in any second. Just wait a few seconds, and then you'll see a new one appear, and then go into that stream, and then hopefully when you get in that stream, we'll have our normal voices back. So we will see you in